dimensions of Indo-Pacific. Our distinguished speakers for the first session include Dr. Sridhar Krishnaswamy, Dr. Uma Maheshwari, Commodore R.S. Vasan, Dr. Swasti Rao, and Dr. Ito Toro. The session, Dr. Ito Toro is joining us through the virtual mode. The session chairman is Dr. Sridhar Krishnaswamy. I invite Dr. Sridhar Krishnaswamy to take the seat on the dais. I have great pleasure in presenting him to the august audience. Let me say a few words about Dr. Sridhar Krishnaswamy, though all of you know who he is. He is presently a distinguished professor at the Department of Journalism at SRM University, Sikkim. Until recently, he was Deputy Dean in the College of Science and Humanities, SRM Institute of Science and Technology, and professor in the Department of Journalism and Mass Communications. Dr. Krishnaswamy has been a journalist for 25 years, as a foreign correspondent with the Hindu in Washington and Singapore, and also with the President of India in Washington. A professional fellow with the Japan Foundation, Tokyo, and a journalist fellow with the Foreign Press Center of Japan in Tokyo. Dr. Krishnaswamy is a recipient of the Radio Tampa Broadcasting Award of Japan for his writings in the Hindu on the Asia, Pacific, and Oceania. Dr. Krishnaswamy is a director in the Governing Council of IJCCI and secretary of the Chamber, and has authored the first policy paper of the center titled Fostering Synergetic Relations Between Japan and India. A warm welcome to you once again, Dr. Sridhar Krishnaswamy. Let's give him a big hand to be the chair. Friends, I have great pleasure in presenting our speakers of the session. I welcome Dr. M. Uma Maheshwari, Professor and Head of the Department of Politics and Public Administration at the University of Madras. Please come to the dais and take your seat. Warm welcome. She is in academics for close to 3 decades. She has a PhD in politics and public administration and a master's degree and bachelor's degrees from Presidency and Ethiraj colleges respectively. Dr. Maheshwari handles a broad spectrum of subjects like public policy, comparative politics, international relations, diplomacy, and international political economy. Dr. Uma Maheshwari's research interests are also varied. She is the recipient of both major and minor projects from different central agencies like the University Grants Commission of Indian Council of Social Science Research, Bureau of Police Research and Development, Police Research and Development, a regular participant at national and international conferences pertaining to political science, public administration, public policy, and international relations. She has recently conducted 40 online refresher courses in political science and international studies for teaching faculty all over India, sponsored by the Union Ministry of Human Resources. A big hands to her for having achieved a big landmark. Currently, Dr. Uma Maheshwari is engaged in a team project on rural development under the aegis of the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. A warm welcome to you, Dr. Maheshwari. I deem it a great pleasure to present Commodore Vasan. Commodore Vasan, as all of you know, is an alumnus of the Defense Services Staff College, the Naval War College, and the International Visitor Leadership Program. Commodore Seshadri Vasan has a distinguished service of over 34 years in the Navy and the Coast Guard. Sir, please take your chair. That's a warm welcome to you, Commodore Vasan. His appointments include command of warships, 2 major air stations, and a maritime air squadron. He has participated both in the 1971 war and IPKF operations. He was an instructor at the Naval War College, India. Prior to retirement, he was the regional commander of the Indian Coast Guard region, East, overseeing EEZ patrol, SAR, anti-piracy, fisheries protection, maritime border control, marine pollution prevention, and other maritime tasks in the Bay of Bengal. He has several publications to his credit. He is presently the Director General of the Chennai Center for China Studies, Regional Director of the National Maritime Foundation, Tamil Nadu, and President of the Navy Foundation, Chennai chapter. He is also a visiting faculty at the Indian Maritime University, Academy of Maritime Education and Training, Great Lakes Institute of Management, and Hindustan Institute of Engineering Technology. He is also on the board of advisors at the Madras University, the Stella Maris College, and the Puducherry University. We're extremely happy to have you with us, sir. A warm welcome to you once again. It's with great pleasure I present Dr. Swasti Rao to the learned audience. Dr. Swasti Rao is Associate Fellow at the Europe and Eurasia Center, Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis. A warm welcome to you, Dr. Swasti Rao. Please take your seat on the podium. She has a master's in politics, specialization in international relations, and MPhil in East Asian Studies from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. She's completed her PhD in Advanced International Politics from Tsukuba University, Japan. She is a recipient of the Japanese Education Ministry Fellowship called MEXT in 2011, and also a recipient of the Okita Memorial Scholarship in 2010 from ICCR. She holds an adjunct position at the Tokai University, Japan, in the capacity of a foreign collaborator from the Japan Society for Promotion of Science called JSPS, funded research project on civil society and urban governance in Asia for 5 years, starting from 2020 to 2025. Before joining Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis, she was assistant professor in the Department of Strategic and Security Studies, AMU, where she taught courses on European security, rise of China and implications for world order, research methodology, and UN peacekeeping. Dr. Rao has published extensively, delivered talks and lectures at various international universities like Australian National University, Canberra, Gakshian University, and Tokai University, Japan, and Giessen University, Turkey, National Autonomous University of Mexico, the Thammasat University of Thailand, and writes regularly for leading dailies. A warm welcome to you once again, Dr. Rao, and we look forward to your speech. We have a very eminent speaker who is joining us from Japan today. I have great pleasure in presenting Dr. Ito Toru. Ito Toru online? Yes. Dr. Ito Toru is watching us from Japan. Professor Ito Toru. Can we have Dr. Ito Toru? Can you switch off the lights? Professor Ito Toru is in the Department of International Relations and Graduate School of Security Studies at the National Defense Academy of Japan. He is an expert in the international relations of South Asia. A PhD from Hiroshima University, Professor Ito has been with the Faculty of Law and Literature of Shimane University, in the Faculty of Law at Chuo University, and for 2 years in the political section of the Embassy of Japan in India. Dr. Ito Toru has extensive publications in Japanese and in English languages with a focus on India, China, and Eurasia. He is the author of Behavioral Principle of Emerging India, its strategic culture and characteristics, published by Keio University Press in 2020, and has more than 25 academic articles and 30 research papers and reports in Japanese language. Professor, we are really missing you, your live presence. We look forward to your presentation today. Let's give him a warm welcome and a big hand. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would now request Dr. Sridhar Krishnaswamy, chairman of the session, to offer his opening remarks and begin the meeting.
A very good morning to all of you. I'm particularly delighted to have such a wonderful group of people. We have with us the Consul General of Japan in Chennai, Mr. Taga. We have Mr. Ravi, we have Dr. Sanjay Baru. And then, of course, there are distinguished speakers in the panel sitting to the left, sitting to the left of me. And then there are a lot of faculty members and students from different colleges in and around Chennai. So welcome to all of you. And I will speak very briefly about what I have in mind on the Indo-Pacific. But before I start, let me just tell you to hold off all your questions till the end of the session. We have a good 1 hour for discussion. The reason being is that once you start asking questions after every presentation, there is a chance of us getting little away from the main theme of discussion. I don't want to digress. And I'm sure you all have lots of questions from yesterday, and you'll have lots of questions today. I will accommodate to the extent I can, given the time constraints. So that's the only request I have. Now, we all have to understand that the area of the Indo-Pacific has assumed tremendous significance in recent months and years. More than 50% of the global population is accounted by the Indo-Pacific. India and China alone account for close to 2.7 billion people in the Indo-Pacific. China and China and Japan are heavily dependent on the Indo-Pacific for trade and energy supplies, and so is India. 2/3 of all container trade passes through this area. And 2018, the United States, recognizing the importance, renamed its Pacific Command as the Indo-Pacific Command. See, the current Indo-Pacific security climate envelopes a risky blend of nuclear distribution and unchecked arms control. There are several nuclear-armed nations in this area. The United States is a massive military power that has the ability to flex its muscles in several areas and at all one time. Russia has a massive armory, including the largest inventory of nuclear weapons. China is rapidly modernizing its armed forces, including its nuclear arsenal. We have North Korea, a nation that is propelling its nuclear capacities despite the global penalties. And then there is always the danger of a territorial struggle between two nuclear states in South Asia, that is India and Pakistan. The American Secretary of State in 1903, John Hay, said that the Mediterranean is the ocean of the past. The Atlantic is the ocean of the present, and the Pacific is the ocean of the future. Today, the strategic environment of the Indo-Pacific is undergoing a tremendous change. Just look at Japan in the Indo-Pacific and its current strategic environment in the Asia Pacific, in East Asia. It has North Korea, a troublesome China, and a newfound belligerence over the Senkakus, and a Japan-United States alliance that is fraught with uncertainties. Economically, Japan finds itself strapped, having to face stiff competition from South Korea, Taiwan, and China, which each one of these countries having an agenda of its own. That is an agenda within the region and beyond the region. And look at New Delhi. We have China, its strings of pearl strategy, the inroads of Beijing in Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and the Indian Ocean, Beijing's continuous and ever-growing nexus with Pakistan, and we have our own, persisting border, difficulties with China. And Beijing is aggressively challenging the law of the sea as far as the South China Seas is concerned. And in all these things, you have to keep in mind that Indo-Pacific is also a region that is laced with the dictatorships, and dangerous and irrational ones at that. It is not only the increased belligerence of China, but also of a Russia that is trying to bounce back into the international system. And all these things, you have to keep in mind of the role of the United States, which at this point of time, according to me, is still largely undefined role in the Indo-Pacific or in the Asia Pacific. I will briefly conclude. I'm going to talk only briefly about the upcoming Quad meeting in Tokyo on May 24th. The Quad, has been, and yesterday, definitely at least two speakers pointed out that each one of the members of the Quad has a different understanding of what the Quad is all about. So I am going to stop my comments there, and I am going to be very sure, rather I am very sure that you will be enlightened and enriched with what the speakers are going to say. The morning session will deal with the political and security challenges. And then in the afternoon, we are going to have very eminent people talking about the economic aspects of the Indo-Pacific. So without further ado, I now invite Dr. Uma Maheswari, a respected colleague of mine from the University of Madras, to have her presentation before you all. Thank you.
Good morning, one and all. It gives me a great pleasure to be before you today to be given the topic of talk on the topic managing alliance and friends. Before I start, I think I should pay my due respects to all the members of IJCCI and my special respect to His Excellency, the Consul General of Japan, and the prominent journalists from Hindu and other distinguished professors and personalities, eminent persons from the chamber and the society at large. And it also gives me pleasure to be talking before students from our university and other colleges. So I just want to say that before I start, I would like to submit that I'm just putting a baby step in exploring this vast region of Indo-Pacific, because I know there are a lot of expertise amidst us. And I'm here just to see how I would dwell on this topic as a faculty in political science. Having dealt with subjects like political philosophy and comparative politics, and hearing to yesterday's lectures by M.K. Narayan sir and Professor Horimoto, where he ended up telling that as we have to look upon, to think about looking how the Mount Fuji looks. And I would like to start the day with standing before the Himalayas and being the first session, trying to look at it in a different way, that although we are in the world of chaos and complexities, we need to look things more rationally. And Himalayas being the highest mountain, and this forum being the highest pedestal for us to really brainstorm the issues that is before us in the Indo-Pacific. So as we know, the Treaty of Westphalia, which started in 1648, which is the milestone of development towards tolerance and securitization. And the three precedents that was brought about by this treaty was the state sovereignty, interstate diplomacy, and balance of power. So although we have started with this Treaty of Westphalia, where are we now today? So that brings us to remember our political philosopher Machiavelli, who says that we have a reason for forming a state, that is to acquire a land, to expand the land and retain the land. And I think when you turn back and recollect what's been the past history, I think we have just been contesting between two important issues, the state of nature and nature of man. And the nature of man has been always trying to contest or acquire land. And that has been the main fight between the very different countries or states in the world. And Machiavelli says that if you have to frame an alliance between countries, because when you say that you're going to acquire land, you need some support. And if you're going to retain the land, also you need to support, and you need to require, in the sense you want to really, oh, sorry. I'm sorry, it's my phone. I'm sorry for this. So coming back to where I left, it's today the international politics. We know that we are in the midst of a discourse on why we need to discuss about Indo-Pacific, and Dr. Sridhar sir has correctly given us an introduction as to why this topic is important and what are the matters of concerns and challenges in Indo-Pacific. And as we all know, we have to first understand the term Indo-Pacific, and then about how the term free and open Indo-Pacific has to be contested. And going back and seeing how these two terms can be interlinked, in the sense why we have to really discuss on Indo-Pacific, and what do you really mean by free and Indo-Pacific, and what are the efforts by different political leaders over time to really deliberate upon the importance of this subject, because we know we have moved away from Asia-Pacific to Indo-Pacific. In 2013, there was the official documentation in the Australian Defense White Paper. Later, we know the use of the term Indo-Pacific, which is also related to pivot to East Asia. So Indo-Pacific is a natural progression of regional politics in the past decades, that is between India, China, and Pakistan, which had a triangle conflict, and that gave more prominence to the importance of Indo-Pacific in this region. And moreover, we know the Chinese Maritime Silk Road, India's Act East policy, US rebalance and pivot to Asia, and Japan's confluence of sea played an important role in discussing Indo-Pacific. And also the G20, which mentions that we have more than almost the countries like China, India, Vietnam, and Indonesia are due to increase their per capita GDP by 2013. So this leads us kind of a precursor as to why we need to really deliberate upon this. And are we really thinking about balance of power or balance of threat? As the theory goes that the world before the World War I and World War II has been basically on balance of power. And we go by the timeline of the history, what has been the alliance, what has been the ways and means in which the countries have got together. We find that both the rulers and the national leaders of very many political alliances in many parts of the countries had reasons for joining together. And as Thucydide deciphers, that alliance have been an enduring future of war and conflict for over 1,000 years. And in the realm of international relations and politics among nations, we now find that most of the reliance that was, as I told you, as the alliance were formed between World War I and II, had roots to pre-war agreements. The alliance after French-Persian War 1817, the Triple Alliance in between Germany, Italy, and Austria-Hungary, and Triple Entente UK, France, and Russia was formed for collective security. And that was during the First World War. Later, we find we had a complex network. This is a complex network of political and military alliances. And basically, it was a balance of power between Britain and Germany, because Britain wanted to have balance of power and Germany wanted to embark on being the world power. So that's the contest between these two. And later in the Second World War, we have the Axis and the Allied, where Allied powers was a grand alliance of UK, France, China, USSR, and US. And Axis power was basically to have an anti-communist pact, basically to curtail the spread of communism. And we find between 1941 to 45, the US-Soviet Union alliance, a great degree of cooperation was there between US and Soviet Union. And then we find the Cold War, which was from 1945, where the contest between East and West, USSR versus the US. And to really throw light on this phase, is we have a book by 2001, but Triangulating Peace, where Russell O'Neill, in his article, reinforces that world has moved from reactive alliance to standing alliance. And we have repressions from Yugoslavia, Poland, and each side, both trying to build nuclear capabilities. So we find there is a change in the pattern of alliance in this period. And later, when we look into the formation of NATO and Warsaw Pact, we find Warsaw Pact was basically a treaty of friendship, which started in 1955, and which was actually had to face a lot of never-ending disputes between the members. Whereas in 1949, when we had the NATO, which was formed with 12 nations, they find that there was more a kind of a cohesive formation in NATO. Then we have the third pact, which is the NAM, which is in 1950s. We say that NAM is basically a pact or a movement which is started in 1950s, promoting a shared principle. It has around 120 countries. So when we compare the membership of NATO to NAM, NAM seems to have more members. And this organization had the niche as an alternate voice free from external pressure. There was a peaceful settlement of disputes, protecting national sovereignty. So this is just an overarching view of alliance that has been formed in the World War I, II, and the aftermath of the formation of NATO, Warsaw Pact, and the non-alignment. Now looking into the other concept, the term, the friendship, which is a political concept. And today we talk about egalitarian friendship. Because we as individuals, the friends, what is the basis of having your friends? Is it a mutual interest? And how do you find the states playing a mutual role of protecting one another? So you can see there, like how UK and Japan have first signed the Friendship Treaty in 1854. And then writings of friendship by Nehru is really a kind of a precursor for what should be the role of friends in the international relations. And especially when you look into the 5 principles of Panchsheel: respect each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty, non-aggression, non-interference, and peaceful coexistence. And there were other friendship treaties that were signed in 1950 by Eastern Bloc countries, USSR, China, and peaceful European states. And most recent times, you find the Sino-Soviet Friendship Treaty of good neighborliness and friendly cooperation. And there have been many other oral treaties, and the language in which the treaties are made is also very important, because you need to interpret the language of friendship. And because you need to see what is the guiding principle and how long and how sustainable this friendship is going to be there. And when you look into Japan and India in such and the backdrop of how alliance is there and what is the importance of friendship, we can look into what has been the relationship between Japan and India over the years. As we know, it is 2 democracies. They face national security, regional economic disparity, and maritime problems. They are, of course, threatened by rising superpowers in the region. Japan is a trilateral power. It's a honorary member of the Western world. And there are three phases of Japan, that is 1945 to 1999, 2000 to 2005, and 2006 to till date, which requires a very close examination of how Japan has evolved, where has been the testing phase for the country. And the first treaty between India and Japan was signed after the Second World War, that was in 1952. And Nehru visited Japan in 1957. So we have list of visits by the executives of both Japan and India, which also took the relations to a different level. And Japan's victory and in the autobiography book written by Nehru, who clearly writes that he really praises how Japan has been adopting the new industrial methods and how the countries in Asia should be influenced by it. And many times you find when India had been having war with Pakistan or China, Japan did not take sides with both of them. And that really shows the kind of mindset or the kind of influence or the kind of opinion they have about India. And yes, of course, we did have a small hint of friction between India and Japan during the 1998 Pokhran visit, test. And the reaction from Japan was there, but it was settled down in 2000 with a visit by the then Prime Minister of Japan to India. And later by Vajpayee government, there was a global partnership. In 2006, there was Abe and Manmohan strategic partnership. And both have, although they had been having these partnerships of being closer or working together, they have been having anxieties over the rise of China. And in 2008, you had the security agreement. It is a first agreement after, it's the second agreement. The first was with Australia. So it shows the exclusiveness or the position that's been given to India next to Australia. India-Japanese defense agreement is also compared to the US-Japan defense agreement that was made in 2005. So there is a comparisons of these two accords, defense accords, that tells you the importance, the Japanese importance, or how they have been working together, like US-Japan and Indo-Japan. And also when you refer to an article by Abe where he's written on Asia's democratic security diamond, he says that Indo-Pacific should be a should be a region of peace, stability, and freedom of navigation. And both Pacific Ocean and Indian Ocean are inseparable. And further, this relationship has been more taking better turns, or it's been really the main force behind this relation has been the Prime Minister Modi, who has accelerated the relationship, promoting bilateral relations further. So Japan, which was a regional partner of Look East policy, also took cues from US. It was helping in having a better dialogue with ASEAN in 1992. And in 2014, it was an important member of being a part of our Act East policy. And in the development of Northeast region, Japan's investments has been really appreciable. And Abe's book again on Towards a Beautiful Society, he says that in span of 10 years, India will overtake Japan versus Japan's relation will overtake the other relations that it is having. So he says there is going to be a considerable shift and then a change in the relationship. And moreover, he says that we can say that Japan and India are natural allies and they don't have any historical or negative historical baggage. And partnership with Japan, because we use the word alliance, then we also use the word friendship, but of late we only see the word partnership, and that is basically of the utilitarian friendship, because we now measure the value of friendship in terms of economy. And the partnership with Japan can be best understood through Indo-Japan, India and Japan, US and India, Japan, US and Australia. So in these bilateral, trilateral relationships, we can see how Japan has been given importance to India. So when you compare these partnerships, that tells you the stand that Japan has taken over India. And also the cultural ties in which Japan has been trying to have its engagement in India, with India. And the ties with US has also improved. The ties with US has improved the ties with Japan, or Japan's ties with US has improved the ties with India too. As we find, though we talk about India being closer to Russia, we also see India now after the Cold War trying to closer to the US, and which is basically due to the close ties between India and Japan. And in 2015, as had mentioned earlier, US-India joint strategic vision for Indo-Pacific region helped to promote the Indo-Japan relations. And the Indo-Japan partnership aligns to really bring back the alliance between Japan, India, and US, to see that US is able to have its relation in Asia, connecting itself with India and Japan. And that tells us about the logic of having Quad and how Quad could renew the friendship of the West with the East, that we are trying to give a re-look into the friendship and have a new face for the friendship. And also see how that could help its connection with ASEAN and also improve the maritime security. And what are the issues? When we talk about Indo-Japan, there are very many issues, or we can say there are good features of relations, and there are little, you can say there is no negative baggage, as I told you. As we know that there are, that is why we are trying to see that Indo-Japan will be a better way of, through alliance, we can have better relations. And we can see that it will be a role model for the other kind of relations that we would have on with other countries. So what are the real issues that one has to look into when we are talking about Indo-Japan? Yes, the first issue that we have thinking about is about whether India is part of NAM, because it is the founding member of NAM. And does it have any link with NATO? No, although we have been having some exercises with the NATO countries, but today we say whether they are neutral or they are non-aligned, or they are the strategic partner of the countries. And of course, the BRICS has made, it's quite obvious, the formation of BRICS has brought India and Russia closer. And today, India is having a trilateral grouping: India, Japan, US, India, Japan, Australia, India, Indonesia, and Australia, India, France, and Australia. So these relation groupings have brought stability in the region. And the AUKUS issues with France, wherein France had its own reservations about not being part of the AUKUS. And there is also a perception among the journalists and the strategic analysts that if India also wants to join or wants to be a part of this larger frame, whether they would also have meet the same response as the French had. Because Australia is trying, through AUKUS, Australia is trying to build the first time the nuclear powered submarines and supplement other partnerships of ZUS, ASEAN, and Quad. So it's a kind of breather for the Quad and the AUKUS, that the relationship, the Indo-Pacific becomes more stable and peace through Quad and AUKUS. And what has been the kind of perceptions that people have in the context of Indo-Pacific is the comprehensive strategic partnership that has been there between India and Australia and Japan and Australia, whether because we say in AUKUS, Australia has been a member, so we need to look into what is the relationship between India and Australia and Japan and Australia. So Japan and Australia has been having the space cooperation, whereas India and Australia has been looking into comprehensive strategic partnership improved. So we are trying to look at things, means and methods in which the relationship between these countries improve. And US practices the hub and spoke alliance in Asia, and they can compel any Asian allies to accommodate American interests. And we see in 2022, Mr. Putin and the president of China, who had declared their friendship between two are no limits and no forbidden areas of cooperation. So India is abstaining from, and there is a question, okay, if they are closer and India is also close to Russia, why do we abstain from UN? And we have many answers, very many dimensions of looking into why we have abstained and should we align ourselves with Russia, or why are we not expressive? And again, the reason for being closer to US has been closer to Russia is because of American strategic alliance with Pakistan, which actually deliberated or pushed India closer to Russia. So we cannot negate this fact. Further, the China and its territorial disputes with the Southeast Asia, in Taiwan, in Brunei, Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, has triggered the conflict in Indo-Pacific. And also China's encroaching into the exclusive economic zones. This also would influence the Indo-Japan relations. And if you look into the kind of supplies, the kind of economic relations India has with the different European powers is with India's relies on US for 27%, India relies on European Union for 38%, and India relies on Russia for 25%. And we know we get most of our weapons from Russia. And from 2010 to 2018, China and NATO had exercised military exercises. So these are things that we have to have in mind, but it worsened since 2019. And India and NATO, as I told you, both of them are having the connections, but somewhere the relationship with NATO also is a matter of concern. The maritime friendship with France, and now we are trying to renew our friendship with France, and also having the first summit of Nordic nation, and now recently our Prime Minister is also visiting to have the talks with the Nordic nations on green ship partnership. Again, India has joined the France and German alliance of 2019, and Europe and NATO needs India, Japan, and Australia. So we know that NATO cannot exist without the support from the Asian powers. And US and Japan very friendly, developed after the friction in 1970s. So this is a long list of things that's happening, which could bother and endanger the relationship between these two countries. So what is the conclusion that I have as to how the relations are, and what are the factors that could influence the relationship, and what is the way forward to make this relation better? And that is the objective of this presentation. As Winston Churchill says, there is only one thing worse than fighting with allies, and that is fighting without them. So whether it's alliance or friendship or partnership, there is a difficulty in managing domestic politics, burden sharing, and divergent strategic considerations. So, you know, the Indo-Pacific consists of 38 countries. So we need to understand the individual systems and how these countries could network with each other. So each of them have to be, and we know about the waves of democracy. So each of them have been a democratic countries in different phases. So they have their own issues, innate issues. And the alliance between between the nations depends on what kind of conflict, the reasons, the hostility, because we find basically the conflict and hostility in the world has because someone wants to be hegemonic. So can we have hegemonic stability, or we always want to have hegemons in Europe, hegemons in American continent, or hegemons in Asia, and fighting amongst the great power, the hegemons fighting with each other. So you have US hegemonic in East Asia, and we also see that they also want to include China. So it's like US is ready to have China, and also working for stability, working with all the countries of the Indo-Pacific. And there is a mixture of resistance and accommodations. And recently we know that Japan's candidature in UNC for 2023 to 24 requires India's support, and our Prime Minister has assured the support. So this will resolve to work and gather more, work together to reform and create more better function venue for addressing the problems of Indo-Pacific through the UNSC. So again, another issue with as we started, how do we define, how do we understand the concept? Again, the problem lies there, because each country seem to have their own definition and own logic of how to construct the mapping of what is really is Indo-Pacific. So we still seem to be defining and redefining it. And Indo-Pacific agenda is first it is felt that America's bid to thwart China, India's play for greatness, Japan's plan to regain influence, Indonesia's search for leverage, and Australia's alliance building. It looks like there is a great game of Britain and Russia as it was in the 19th century. So we see the re-emergence. That's why history always, we say it repeats itself. Probably what is there in 19th, we would see it in the 21st century. And Indo-Pacific has useful dualities. It is both inclusive and exclusive, incorporating Chinese interest in regional order and also counterbalancing Chinese power where those rights are not right. And lastly, the question whether alliances are built on the distribution of material power capabilities, common threat perception, or common values is an ongoing debate in the academic discipline. And the recent book one of the book written by our external minister, India Way Strategies for an Uncertain World. He has said that the future of Indian policy should be like, you have to manage China, cultivate Europe, reassure Russia, bring back Japan into play, draw neighbors in, extend the neighborhood, and expand territorial outstation of support. And at this time, I'm also reminded of reading the book, like Looking Life on a Dialogue, written by Toynbee and Ikeda, where the conversation between both of them, they say that there is so much of human immaturity vis-a-vis the technical improvement. So if you say that the alliance and friendship has to be on a positive note, and we have to mend the ways to see the relation becomes better, positive, and progressive, we need to really relook, revisit, re-examine the factors that has led to the war between many, we say World War I and World War II, and are we really postponing the war? Because Ukraine, we say we are in the brink of a nuclear war. We are going to face a nuclear war. Whatever happens, we say that one day we are going to have a big war. Are we really going to postpone it? And I think with human maturity, he says with man-made evils, we have to cure with man-made plans. So the war and the conflict are man-made problems. And I think if we put our heads together, we can really find a solution to have a better relations, and through the understanding of the alliance and friends that has been there with India and Japan over the years and how they have worked together, that will help us to understand how this could be a formula for applying in other countries too. I think we need to really emerge on that formula plan for having a better and a very positive relationship between India and Japan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Uma, for taking us through a good part of world history and also on the issue of alliances and friendship. I now call upon my good friend, Commodore Vasan, to give his presentation. Thank you.
A very good morning to all of you. Hello there. Good morning. Good show. I hope I woke up some of you who are in deep introspection. All right. First of all, a very good morning to Chair, fellow panelists here, Your Excellency, Consul General of Japan, Mr. Taga Masayuki, and of course, Dr. Harimoto, who was here yesterday and who is also chairing a session later. Then we have, of course, Dr. Sanjay Baru, an old acquaintance of mine, and Mr. Nakayama Yukihide. I'm only referring to this because I can't read otherwise, nor can I pronounce it properly, and Mr. Ravi. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here to take you through a small presentation that I have on this very important topic of rule-based order, security dimensions of free and open Indo-Pacific. Since there are a lot of students over here, I definitely would like them to, or urge them to, raise questions on each of these words or sentences that are there. So before I proceed with my full presentation on this topic, let me first of all extend my warm greetings on the 70th anniversary of Indo-Japanese relations, which are celebrated very well. Big hand to the Indo and Japanese friends. And also today is, of course, the Mother's Day. So greetings to all the mothers who are here, who made us what we are. So let's move on now and look at what exactly are we looking at in terms of rule-based order and what are the security dimensions of free and open Indo-Pacific. You heard these terms so often, in fact, it's become the flavor of the season to keep on saying about free and open Indo-Pacific, rule-based order, at times even without understanding what this means. So which is where I again want the student, I'm very happy to see a lot of students over here. And I urge them to, keep questioning. So there are 5 W's that you have to always question. What, where, when, why, whither. What, where, when, why, whither. So if you are able to answer all these questions, you find that, you are perhaps in a position to understand the gamut of the challenges that you are trying to respond to. Okay, so let's look at the Indo-Pacific. Again, this is a recent term. What was Asia-Pacific earlier has now been subsumed by the Indo-Pacific. As also thanks to Dr. Uma Maheshwari, who's also given the complete historic perspective of what these entire relations, bilateral relations and multilateral relations meant, and how some of these rules which were framed, whether it's Panchashil or whether it is something else, it's more in violation that you see the norm and not in compliance, which is what is the entire issue. So what is this Indo-Pacific? So let's go to the UNCLOS, United Nations Conventions of the Laws of the Seas, which has stood the test of time since 1982. So Article 122 defines this area as a gulf, basin, or sea surrounded by 2 or more states and connected to another sea or the ocean by a narrow outlet. So in this case, when you're looking at Indo-Pacific, it's the Malacca Straits, which is also called the Achilles heel of China, or the Malacca dilemma, if you want to call it that. And consisting entirely or primarily of territorial seas, which extends up to 12 nautical miles, as you know, and the exclusive economic zone, which is, of course, in the case of India, it's 200 nautical miles, just as it is in the case of many other countries. Maritime security is of paramount importance to the economies of littoral states in Asia and beyond. The chair also brought out the statistics related to how much of traffic is going on in terms of containers, in terms of something like 12,000 ships that transit the sea lanes of communications right under the nose of India, the watchfulness of India, before going on to service the East Asian economies and beyond. So the Malacca Strait alone, which is a matter of great importance to all the economies here, is traversed by at least 25% of the world's commercial shipping through the SOMS. SOMS stands for Straits of Singapore and Malacca and Singapore. And 3.4 trillion was the volume of trade, quantity of trade that passed through in 2016. And it's already crossed 4 trillion as of this year. And this constitutes about 25% of global trade. Unimpeded passage through the sea lanes is a prerequisite for sustaining regional and global economy and the integration that we keep talking about. Connectivity, trade, commerce, people-to-people contact, everything is enabled by the sea lines of communication. So let's look at some more issues related to the Indo-Pacific, because that is, like I said, is what's going to drive the happenings of the century. And more so this decade, which is already started off on some not very promising notes. Prevention of shore exploration by small countries like Philippines and Vietnam by China. This has happened not only in South China Sea, but also in East China Sea. And the reed bank, this is one example which is being given to say how the energy security of smaller nations are affected due to the intransigence of China. So the reed bank is part of the exclusive economic zone. which is within the contested 9 dash line. Now, 9 dash line itself is disputed. You can take that up during the question answer session if required. But the point is that there are overlapping EEZs. We call them EEZs, basically exclusive economic zones. And this is where there is that contest that takes place. And here China, definitely ensures that whatever is disputed, by use of force is kept under its control. So Vietnam and India also have faced similar difficulties. When we have the Oil Videsh Nigam Limited trying to carry out exploration in Vietnam waters, exclusive economic zones, China opposed. And you must again here see, when you're talking about the so-called rules which are there are double standards. On one hand, it says, no other nation should carry out any exploration in disputed areas, right? So what's happening is in the China POK economic corridor. I don't call it China-Pakistan economic corridor because it legitimizes it as that belongs to Pakistan. I always mention it as China POK economic corridor because so therefore it has no qualms about investing in another. It's not disputed area in our assessment, but even in the worst case, if it's disputed area, it has no qualms about it, but it does not allow anyone else to carry out any kind of exploration within the EEZs which are disputed. Right. East China Sea, I think it's of great interest to our friends here in Japan, and that's something which has not been resolved. And even here, there's use of force, and there is use of the military militia. These are basically mercenaries who are hired, and they are on these fishing vessels, and they come in large hordes and prevent legitimate fishing, both in South China Sea as well as in the East China Sea. So, we can see that the so-called rule-based order has already been given the go-by. And the South China Sea accounts for 12% of the world's annual fish catch. Remember, it's all about food security. These East Asian economies, East Asian countries are largely dependent on seafood. So some 12% of the world's annual fish catch, which is there, is what there is competition for. IUU stands for illegal, unregulated, unreported fishing. That's just predominant, not only in South China Sea and the EEZs, but even in the Indian Ocean. It happens between us and Sri Lanka. It happens between us and Mauritius, between us and Pakistan. So this is something that will, heighten the temperature in bilateral relations. We've seen it here that every other day, some other fishermen cross over to Sri Lanka, and you find that the fishermen are subjected to great kind of distresses, and it also affects the bilateral relations. Same thing is the case in the East China Sea as well as the South China Sea. So why is this a happening arena? The confluence of oceans. This is what was described by then PM Abe, in 2017. I think yesterday, learned professor referred to it as Quad 1.0, which was synonymous with 2007, and 2017, which was Quad 2.0. I'll talk about it a little later. So since an accepted term, there's Indo-Pacific, that has subsumed the Asia-Pacific and reiterated in the 2017 when Quad gained traction. April 21, that's just 2 years ago, in a high-level meeting between President of USA and PM of Japan, they expressed shared opposition to any unilateral attempts to change the status quo in the East China Sea and reiterated shared interest in a free and open South China Sea governed by international law. So, we keep talking about free and open Indo-Pacific. We keep talking about rule-based order, but, none of these are something that are complied with, thanks to one aggressive nation which is in that area. Indian Defense Minister, of course, during his address to the ADMM Plus, called for rule-based order. We'll talk about this a little more. In the Indo-Pacific, and underlined the need for ensuring freedom of navigation, overflight. This is all enshrined according to the UNCLOS. Nobody can take it away because there are signatories. China and India are signatories. US, of course, has signed it but has not ratified. That's a different context altogether. So, here is where if you already signed and if you are a signatory, what is it that is preventing you from complying with the provisions of the rules that you signed? So overflight and unimpeded commerce, including South China Sea. He further said, this is the Raksha Mantri, stood for rule-based order in the Indo-Pacific based on respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity of nations, peaceful resolution of disputes, Remember, for more than 2 decades, they're still talking about the code of conduct in South China Sea. The ASEAN countries, out of which about 6 or 7 of them have disputes, they're not able to come into what's called a code of conduct, which will regulate the way these nations react in the medium of the sea. That's not happened, unfortunately. Right. Now, what is this beast called rule-based order? Let's try and find out, because we keep on saying rule-based order, rule-based order. What exactly is it? And this is where I want the students to ask these questions. We keep on talking about rule-based order. Can you tell us what is this rule-based order? Who is framing the rules? Who is it framed for? Why is it people are violating it? And if somebody does violate it, what can you do about it? Which is the most important question that you should address. So, rule-based order is described. This is by and large the accepted definition. And we should know what these definitions mean. Bounding strategic competition. Bounding strategic competition. That it can take place within the framework of international law. That means, everybody accepts that there is competition, because a healthy competition is something that is a prerequisite for development. So the last line is important. Not winning through corruption, interference, or coercion. The BRI is a classic example, where through the BRI, you are investing money and you are leading countries into a debt trap, checkbook diplomacy, whatever you want to call it. The point is it's indirectly coercion. Also, in many of the countries, both in Africa and Asia, the political leaders are bought out. So that's, again, corruption and interference. Remember, even in a country like Australia, which is a middle economic power, China even went to the extent of allowing their diplomats to walk into any kind of a room and start telling Australia what to do and what not to do. Well, this is unacceptable. And as you know, that's what led to the kind of relations that SARD and Australia is where it is today. We'll talk about it also when we discuss Quad. So it has also enabled disputes to be resolved in accordance with rules rather than by coercive means. Is that true? Please look at all the examples around you and he will tell you why this is something which is more an exception than a rule. So that's a point that needs to be remembered. So what are the other issues related to the rules-based order? The happening since 45 hardly illustrates that the rule-based order has been complied with. So if you want to localize this context, when you look at India and China, the so-called Panchashil, look at the provisions of Panchashil, respect for each other, non-violation, harmony, all these have been violated since 1962. And China has also violated the so-called peace and tranquility agreements that we've had, the 2003 agreements. So, this is where there are questions as to how can we deal with violators of the law. So, by and large, it's interpreted by the victor. Histories are written by those who are victorious. And by the right of the rich, mighty, and powerful in the liberal world. I'm not expanding on this because it's very obvious that those who have the money can dictate terms. Those who have the arms industry can sustain it by creating conflicts. And those who are very powerful militarily, economically, strategically, as is in the case of China, can, to a certain extent, influence the way they want their neighbors to deal with them. States have indulged in wars and intervention without the sanction of the United Nations Security Council. It's not just China. Even the superpower has violated the provisions of a concerted, cohesive action, which should be spearheaded by the United Nations. That has not happened. So, in vogue for 3 decades plus and appears to have replaced the liberal international order. Remember the rule-based order. What is the reason for a rule-based order? We also wanted rule-based trade, the WTO provisions. So, that leads to the term rule-based order. And it's also the liberal international order. The whole thing was about free transaction, but compliance with certain statutes which are there, which govern your bilateral relations in terms of trade, in terms of negotiations, in terms of people-to-people contact, etc. And expectation is that nation states abide by conventions, establish protocols, which have their origins in bilateral, multilateral agreements, and also through different bodies of the United Nations, which has become toothless. So whether it is the UNGA, whether it's the United Nations Security Council or the UNHRC, there have been serious limitations. And these limitations, of course, is a separate topic by itself, but it is largely due to the veto power exercised by the big five. So even if 4 of them agree, if Russia says, I veto this, the whole thing falls through. So this is a total imbalance that is created by an archaic structure, which itself requires replenishment, refreshment, or whatever you want to call it. And of course, the past bears witness to the fact that it's violation of the rules-based order. That is the norm. And the defaulters are big powers who use the old might is right policy to pursue their objectives. China itself, of course, bid for time. They waited for decades before they could become aggressive. And that's something that we need to. So remember, I told you about those 5 questions. What, where, when, why, whither. So whither RBO? Where is it headed? What is the future of the so-called rules-based order? Any number of examples from the past, such as Libya, Syria, Iraq, the RBO has been given the go-by. And this is to suit the agenda of the superpowers. So the annexation of Crimea, now of course the transgression in Ukraine, have nothing to do with rule-based order. It is pure aggression. You can find reasons and go back 50 years and say, no, it all started 50 years ago. The point is that this is aggression in its purest form. And China, which built its power and bid for time, is now an established violator of RBO, as you have seen both in South China Sea and in the East China Sea, and also across the Himalayas, where even today, 60,000 troops are facing each other, causing enormous economic drain to us and also to China. But China is in a position to absorb it. But being an economy which is 1/5 the size of China, we find it a little difficult to manage this situation. At 2.5 trillion growing to 3 trillion, whereas it is already at 15 trillion. America is still at 20 trillion, remember, which is what brings about the differential in our economic ability to sustain some of these transgressions. So, Chinese are very fond of talking about Chinese special characteristics. So this is the violation of agreements is a special Chinese characteristics, right? So we need to remember that. So coming back to Indo-Pacific, what are the Indo-Pacific initiatives that are there? Some of these have been alluded to by the speakers yesterday, both Professor as well as Dr. Narayanan, and today Dr. Maheshwari and Chair. So let's look at some of this. The maritime security, after all, Indo-Pacific is a maritime domain, the confluence of Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. The challenges are another area of concern to us. Everybody says there's something happening in South China Sea. You see, why are you bothered? The point is we are linked to the East Asian economies through the South China Sea, through the sea lines of communication there. Something like 40% of our trade is still dependent on free and open Indo-Pacific, more so close to the South China Sea. So India has strengthened its cooperative engagements in the region. So we have relations with Singapore, with Indonesia, with everybody else who is from ASEAN. And, we would like to do this for promoting peace, stability, prosperity in the region. So it's premised upon the centrality of ASEAN. We must remember that, ASEAN is 10 countries who are there, who are part of this economy. The economic initiative there, whether it is the RCEP or whether it is the bilateral relations, which also coincide with the Look East policy of India. There is a lot of convergence in the way the ASEAN countries would like to look south and we would like to look east, so that there's a convergence point for mutual benefit. That's something that's important. So here is where we are looking at a shared vision for the Indo-Pacific, taking ASEAN on board, taking some of the East Asian countries on board. That's important for us. You can't do it alone. And ASEAN has been emphasizing the need to pursue peaceful resolution of disputes in accordance with universally recognized principles of international law, including the 82 Convention on the Law of the Sea. The point is that I told you, I just mentioned a few minutes ago about the inability of people to even come to an agreement on the code of conduct, because China is in the driver's seat. And it will only accept the code of conduct that suits its agenda. It's not worried about, whether ASEAN prospers as a group or whether individually Cambodia comes up or Indonesia comes up. It's more worried about holding on to its illegal claims, more so in the South China Sea along the 9-dash line, which has no bearing whatsoever This is all a lot of concocted figures which were brought out to say I was always in control of all those things which are in the 9-dash line. The point is that 9-dash line, which you saw, I'm sure most of you are familiar with this. Inside that you have rocks and reefs. So virtually all the rocks and reefs have been converted now into islands, which are habitable. They have military garrisons. They have airfields, fully functional airfields. So, this is where there is a total violation of the provisions of UNCLOS. Also, though UNCLOS allows you to convert perhaps an area into an island, it does not give you an exclusive economic zone. This is another factor that must be understood. At best, it will give you a sterile zone, to regulate traffic. But it does not give an exclusive economic zone, which is what China is aiming to achieve by, reappropriating all these rocks and reefs as islands, artificially built islands. A multi-stakeholder approach guided by democratic values with a governance structure that's open and inclusive and a secure, open and stable internet. Remember, we are first time bringing in the issue of internet because it's the cyberspace where everything is happening. If there is any disruption today, all those mobiles that you have, where you're trying to get access to your mail, this is gone. And you also know the kind of attacks that are taking place in the cyber world. So you require a secure cyberspace for promoting the so-called rule-based order. That must not be lost sight of. And due respect of sovereignty of countries, it would drive the future of cyberspace. So again, there are laws about, why you should not hack, etc., etc. But again, these are the ones which are violated. You saw that recently we had attacks in India from China. It's all there. They were targeting the power sector. So this is a harsh reality, and nations need to prepare for contingencies and be proactive. Not that you wait for an attack to happen and then suddenly you start worrying about how to get that back online. Right. So with all this, the common thread is China. So is it all about China? Is it all about China? Students, yes or no? How many for yes? Oh, very few think it's about China. Okay. Right. No, a lot of this, at least in the assessment, when look at it dispassionately, is the aggressive designs of China. It's come to a level where it's a phenomenal economic power. Its military has surpassed that of the US. In fact, the number of units it has is more than what the US Navy has. Exactly in terms of quantity and not so perhaps in quality, because America still has a dozen plus nuclear powered carrier, whereas China is struggling with 3. Where the US Navy has a capability for global deployment, China does not yet possess that capability to, operate in the Indian Ocean region. The carriers are not even come to the Indian Ocean region yet. They're not even crossed maybe they crossed the second line of defense, but they have not forayed into the Indian Ocean region. Okay. So this is the NATO communique from which I picked up this. China's stated ambitions and assertive behavior present systemic challenges to the rule-based international order, which is a fact. There'll be no disputes on this. So this is, of course, in the communique which they said our purpose is not to contain China or to hold it back or to keep it down, but it is to uphold this rule-based order that China is posing a challenge to. So now every development that's taken place is a clear indication that China is using the international border, the free trade agreements and everything else to its own advantage, and is not integrated in the global economy and world order, being a habitual offender. So this is the point that we need to, this is stated by Secretary of State Blinken, and Ukraine was invaded by Russia. And of course, the jury is still out as whether China had a role in precipitation of the crisis. We don't know. There's a lot of theories to say that, that 5,000 word statement that was made to say that our friendship is beyond limits. So somewhere, when this conversation was going, Russia was prodded to do Ukraine. So it was more a test case for China on what may happen if it goes into an attack mode on Taiwan. So what would be the global response? So these are theories which are there, and not necessarily totally proven, but we cannot discount the possibility of some of these power plays that are happening around the clock. Right. So a temporary respite to China on its behavior, because the world is now looking at Ukraine, looking at Russia, we're trying to diffuse situation there. So now China is obviously looking at the military dimensions of how, this flagship of Russia was sunk with missiles, how drones from Turkey have played a major role. So all these are factors that it is taking in to see that it does not face similar kind of situation should it, engage in invading Taiwan, which is on its agenda in any case. So this is a temporary respite for China, more to review their options and to learn from what is happening in Russia-Ukraine in terms of the currency recalibrations, the energy factor which is there, where Russia has been able to stop this and say that you make payments only in rubles. So there are multiple areas in which China would like to learn from the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine. So the Quad, a lot has been said about Quad by the previous speakers also. So we need to look at some of these dimensions, whether it's Quad 1.0 or 2.0. The joint statement by the Foreign Minister of Australia, India, Japan, and the Secretary of State. This was on the 4th Quad meeting. We, the Foreign Ministers of Australia, India, Japan, and the Secretary of State of the United States met in Melbourne. This was that 11th February, 3 months ago, for the 4th Quad security meeting. And so this is basically all about re-emphasizing the need for a free and open Indo-Pacific in the Pacific area. I will not read all this due to time constraints, but what is clear is that there is a convergence of minds. There is a lot of interaction that is taking place on the Quad. In many of the forums, there is a tendency to try and see what Quad cannot do. They say, no, it's not Asian NATO. And I would like to look at what Quad can do. In fact, every leader has already said it's not a military alliance. It's not a NATO type of an alliance. But it has other areas into which they are moving into, like vaccine diplomacy, science and technology, creating a separate fund. And also, most important, trying to address the issues of resilient supply chain initiative. This is the most important to me because, the world has realized that in the last 5 decades, every country has become dependent on China. Despite the standoff that we have, our trades have gone up. The trade relations have gone up. So, this tells you how deeply, entrenched we are in the supply chains which are created by China. So that's not something good. So people are looking at Japan itself gave, I think, about $2 billion for their companies to move out. And some of them moved to Vietnam. I think maybe a few came here to India. So every country would now like to de-link itself from a dependence of China. That is a fallout of these aggressions in South China Sea, and but more importantly, post-COVID, and also along the LAC. Right. In meeting, we reaffirm, these are some of the statements that were made to supporting Indo-Pacific countries, efforts to advance a free and open Indo-Pacific region, which is inclusive, resilient, in which states strive to protect the interests of their people and free from coercion. And of course, there is another aspect which looks at ASEAN. I already highlighted the centrality of ASEAN, where unless you can get ASEAN on board, both individually and collectively, there is no future for Indo-Pacific to be, brought up as a cohesive region. Right. And we welcome progress on practical cooperation. We lead as Quad foreign ministers to address regional challenges. This is important. Humanitarian assistance and disaster relief or response, HADR, maritime security, counterterrorism, countering disinformation, and cybersecurity. So these are all important things that are going to drive the way we deal with situations in the Pacific by using this platform called Quad. And it's happening. I think as was brought out by Professor yesterday and also the chair today, we are keenly looking at what direction it will take in the meeting that's coming up on 24th May. Right. These are some of the counterterrorism initiatives which are of great relevance to all of us, whether it's over land or over in the domain of the sea. Quad is exchanging information on evolving threats, working with Indo-Pacific countries, and in multilateral fora to counter all forms of terrorism and violent extremism, including human smuggling, drug trafficking, piracy, a whole lot of things which, both off the African coast as well as in South China Sea, we had these cases of, violations of law and order at sea. So in this context, we call upon all countries to ensure that territory under their control is not used to launch terror. This is obviously, who's targeted it. So this was about Pakistan, but they made it a point to mention this and to say in Mumbai terror attacks, and according to the UNSC resolution 2593 of 2021, which is the latest one, that Afghan territory, this after US decided to walk away, should not be used to threaten or attack any country or shelter terrorists. Again, these are rules to be violated. Please remember. So these rules were not violated. We did not have had those terror attacks coming in from Pakistan side. Right. So rule-based trading and data protection, this is another important dimension that we had to look at rule-based order. So the Quad partners champion this FOIP rooted in international law, and that protects the sovereignty and integrity of regional countries. We reaffirm our commitment to upholding and strengthening the rule-based multilateral trading system. Remember, there is RCEP, there is WTO, there is TPP, and a whole lot of things, and there are new dynamics there. India consciously has abstained from RCEP because there was this fear of third country droppings. That means, China would produce everything, give it to somebody else, and they would send it to you. So they would get the data, but you still continue to be dependent on China because of these provisions which are there. Right. And just statements to enable data protection and have laws were made in 21st March 2022, not long ago. We commit to foster and further develop international policy discussions and cooperation regarding data protection and cross-border data flows. Remember, in one of the cases, the servers were located in China, which is the reason why some of the apps were banned. You might be doing all your conversations here, but the servers are located in China, which means they had access. And in many of the countries where embassies were set up, they had eavesdropping equipment, which relayed the complete, in one case of an African country, the whole thing was seen in real time in Beijing. So that's what we are talking about when you're talking about data protection. So what are these impediments in our view? And I think by and large, we all are clear as to what these impediments are. Let's look at them. One is acceptance or rejection of laws to suit one's own interest. Classic case of China rejecting the PCA. There's a permanent court of arbitration. It happened in 2016. Philippines mustered enough courage to go to the PCA, and the entire thing was in favor of Philippines. Even though UNCLOS requires that China be a party to the deliberations, it abstained. It used some other vague law which is within the UNCLOS to say that I can abstain, and they abstained. Right? And lack of trust among neighbors as evident in South China Sea. So there's no code of conduct. There is use of military militia. There is violation in the EEZs, and use of force, coercion, economic inducement, as I highlighted, including in the BRI, including in the bilateral trade which is there. You see what's happening in Sri Lanka. A lot of this, what is happening in Sri Lanka, is thanks to China. You can say that. And also because of the inability of the Rajapaksas to understand the game plan of China. And use of maritime militia, which we discussed. So let's see what the way ahead is. All these things are known. So what exactly are the way ahead options? Here are some, not necessarily that everybody will follow this. The combined result of liberal democracies to ensure that rule-based order is the norm and not an exception. The point is, you realize that something has been violated. You bring in international bodies like the United Nations Conventions, the Laws of the Seas, or the Permanent Court of Arbitration in Hague. The orders are given, but it's violated by China. What do? Can you use force? Exactly. So this is the constraint that we have, because it's all right to say, no, the PCA is passed, that is 6 years ago. They said China is at fault. China says, carry on, take a walk. Right? The same thing has happened in terms of UNHCR, in terms of UNSC regulation on terrorism. China bailed out Pakistan in case of Azhar Masood. On so many decades, it bailed out Azhar Masood. It's only after 4 or 5 of such vetoes exercised by China that we are able to, proscribe Azhar Masood and his outfits. Unilateral action by any nation is to be condemned and actions initiated to make it difficult. So, how can you do this? Okay, militarily, let's presume that you do not have the ability to do this, which is where sanctions perhaps play a limited role. Remember what happened in Russia, Ukraine? Everybody said we'll impose sanctions. The West said we will impose sanctions. Russia said, okay, unless you pay in ruble, I will not give you gas. So you will freeze to death. What do? Will you pay them in rubles or you will not pay them in ruble? So, these are some of the complexities that are involved regionally and bilaterally, and that we have to understand the complexities of this, but come together. The Quad, therefore, I feel is an excellent initiative in terms of what it can do other than military operations, not necessarily military. Strengthening of both bilateral and multilateral engagements to ensure that disputes are resolved and mechanisms to redress grievances of smaller nations are made functional. You need to come to the aid of smaller countries and not let them to the wolves which are there. Quad plus plus, there's always talk about, whether South Korea will join, whether Vietnam will join, whether somebody else will join, etc., etc. But it doesn't matter. As long as it's not a NATO kind of an alliance, there may be enough opportunities for smaller nations to join this and contribute. And Milan, IORA, ION, Indian Ocean Nation Symposium, BIMSTECs, and also the organizations that the previous speaker mentioned are all useful in terms of trying to have very fruitful discussions which can decide on what they can collectively do to bring somebody to book if he is a constant violator. And common pooling of resources to counter China's expansionism. The only example I can quote here is of the Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, which I'm afraid has not taken off in the manner that we wanted. So, here is where you need to have something which can compete with the BRI funds and also with the IMF money. Make it attractive to the smaller nations. Why won't they come to you if you have enough funds in the Asia-Africa Growth Corridor? So it does not remain something which is on paper, but maybe, and if you find that, India and Japan are perhaps not in a position to put that kind of money into the AAGC for, developing people across continents, let's get some more on board. Get the Quad members on board. Have a separate pool for the AAGC. Let it be a common source. That's the only way we can perhaps meet the aspirations of the developing countries and ensure that they're not taken for a ride by China. And the need for restructuring the United Nations Security Council and UNGI is not going to happen soon because it is an exclusive club. So the 5 people who are there would not like to have anybody else come on the table. They'll say there is no place for you in this table. So little realizing that the table size can be expanded, but unless you have the will to do it, you will not have it. Right. So this is an important thing which I wanted to show as the last set of my presentation. This is what you absorb what was said by Deng Xiaoping on the 10th October 1974. Why did he make it? There are a lot of theories about why he made it. So if one day China should change her color and turn into a superpower, if she too should play the tyrant in the world, which she is doing, and everywhere subject others to her bullying, aggression, and exploitation, people of this world, the so-called liberal world, should identify her as social imperialism, expose it, oppose it, and work together with the Chinese people. So there's a differentiation here between the Chinese Communist Party and the people. Even I think Trump tried to make this to say that, the people are different. We have no differences with the people, but we are looking at the CCP, which is only 7% of the entire population which drives this country. So while this reinforced the expectation of a responsible China that would abide by international norms, the actions and behavior have left no doubt that China cares two hoots about a rule-based order, which is prerequisite for security, stability, and engagement for prosperity. So, if we take this seriously, why was it said? There's a lot of analysis. The analysis was to say that, look, we're a responsible nation. We're not going to get into that situation where possibly the powers have to get together to bring us back to some kind of a census. So that has not happened. So if you seriously go by this advice, it's time for us has come to act on the lines which have been advocated here. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Commodore Vasan, for that very elaborate and extensive state of play in the Indo-Pacific, and especially on the rules-based order. I now call upon Dr. Swasti Rao of the Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis in Delhi to give her presentation.
A very good morning to everyone here. My warm regards to the Consul General of Japan in Chennai, Taga-san, Horimoto Sensei, the Honorable Chair, esteemed speakers at the session, this session and the session later, IJCCI for organizing this and inviting me, and Suguna ma'am, of course, and my respected colleagues, friends. everyone here. I will try to bring in a different perspective because obviously we are talking about Quad and Indo-Pacific. And basically, in my view, we are talking about how multilateralism is basically evolving in the Indo-Pacific. So in that context, Indo-Pacific seems to be a work in progress. So let's situate it there and then let's try to see how it is going to evolve. And among all the points that we have raised and mentioned, one of the things, there are few convergences that we can all have, which is that Indo-Pacific is really subject to a difference of interpretation among the relevant players. That's one, we all agree to that. And the second thing is that we all, the players involved, they view Indo-Pacific differently. There's a different perception, difference of expectations, and likewise a difference in what is, to be the outcome. But like I said, that we are talking about, like a galaxy of players out there. It is going to be extremely important in coming times because of the obvious reason that 3/4 of world trade passes through it. And also because, Commodore Vasan has just underlined that there is, awareness about China's role out there. So those are very obvious things. What am I going to be talking about today is that what really is the Europeans doing about it? Lately we have seen that Europeans have become very interested in Indo-Pacific, right from UK to France, to Germany, to Netherlands, and the EU itself. They have all documented strategies for engaging the Indo-Pacific. Why so? And if so, what does it bring on the table for India? Does it mean that cooperation from Europeans is going to be very easy? Are all the Europeans on the same page when it comes to engaging with Indo-Pacific? And of course, how do they view China, etc.? So those are, a couple of things that I'm going to be looking very closely. And needless to say that obviously the elephant in the room is the Ukrainian war and how that has really changed the global order as we knew it, and especially for Europe, because let's remember that that is where the theater of the war is, so those guys are really very perturbed and, really very uncomfortable with what is happening. So, fine. So like I said, that there are a couple of things that we can keep in mind when we are talking about Indo-Pacific. Especially from the view of the Europeans, there is an understanding. If you go through any of those Indo-Pacific strategies that have been, published lately, there are common strands. What are those common strands? One is that there is a return to multipolarity in the Indo-Pacific and an emergence of middle order powers, and hence more engagement with the middle order powers is necessary. That's one. The other thing is that all the Europeans look at it in terms of, while they differ with respect to their relations with the US, their relations with Russia, their relations with China, but largely as a continent, as a region, Europeans look at Indo-Pacific in terms of a strategy to diversify. Diversification is something which is very important. And what the Ukrainian war has done is that the Ukrainian war has given that impetus that it was required for them to diversify. So there was a realization, but the impetus to diversify has definitely come from the Ukrainian war. So then let me then, tell you that the fact that the Europeans would have definitely engaged with the Indo-Pacific was fine, but that contextualizing, like what I'm talking about right now as the impetus that they've got, is definitely coming from the ongoing war. And if we look at it from there, if we deduce it from there, we will get a better holistic, narrative of how Europe is going to be engaging with the region, how it will cooperate with its allies and partners like the US, India, and Japan, and how realistic is their commitment, of resources, in the sense that what kind of a position are they in committing certain resources to the Indo-Pacific, because, there is a resource crunch also in Europe. So Putin's war has obviously is a clear historic point. Conflict and trust deficit is likely to impact investment and trade and trigger a general retreat from international interdependence as we know it. Ironically, it is happening at a time when the world needs interdependence to kickstart a pandemic-hit economy. So, and especially in Europe, Western Europe. Obviously, Eastern Europe and Western Europe are also having different political, so to say, statures. So talking about Western Europe particularly, Western Europe is reeling under a big war that has fundamentally destroyed that security architecture after decades of stability and prosperity. And the continent, like I said, they have key divergences on tackling dependence on Russian oil. I mean, I'm sure you're following how Russia just switched off. They just cut off Poland's and Bulgaria's, oil and gas because they refused to pay Putin in rubles. So there is awareness about all that. But for instance, Germany has said that they agree to pay in rubles because they really cannot diversify so soon. So they have divergences on that. In this regard, what I mean to say is that UK, the European Union, and France are three key players who are going to be looking at Indo-Pacific. And they need to settle their differences on Brexit and on AUKUS particularly. And this is how the paper will go. So now, let us, like I said, that unless we contextualize the war, unless we contextualize Europeans' outreach to Indo-Pacific against what is happening in Ukraine, it kind of doesn't make too much sense because that is where it is happening. And, these guys are taking a very, very serious view of it. So let's try to ask us a question. Why has the Ukrainian war, or has the Ukrainian war diverted the world attention from the Indo-Pacific? The answer is both a yes and a no. Let's see why it has, if it has, yes. Because it has definitely shifted the focus of resources and deliberation away from US's attention on its real rival, China. John Sharma has been saying that it's not Russia, it's basically China that is the real rival. And in a rational world, US should be focusing solely on China and, the rise of China and how it stands to challenge the position of the US. So that's one. And then secondly, the Ukrainian war, why do I say that it slowed down, cooperation in the Indo-Pacific or attention from the Indo-Pacific, is because initially it definitely seemed to disrupt unity among the Quad members. And I say this, and we are looking forward to 24th May when the heads of the states are meeting in Japan, and let's see what kind of a view is taken there. So I kind of leave it at that because this is something that we all are speculating about, but it did seem to sort of disrupt a bit of a unity among the Quad members. Having said that, let me also say that in my opinion, I have not really seen any policy shift apart from, of course, having this disappointment about why India has not taken a stand, and India has very clearly told everyone as to what really our strategic autonomy has been. And I'm sure everybody here in the room is, familiar with that. So let me not just reiterate the obvious. But the point is that in terms of an outcome, my hunch is that there's not going to be much of a difference. Having said that, let us look at what happens on 24th of May and the joint statement. And thirdly, like I said, Europeans alongside the US have also imposed unprecedented sanctions on Russia, as you know, and they have increased their military support and aid to Ukraine. And this war is going to further complicate the already limited ability of Europeans to play a meaningful security role elsewhere. So like I said, the problem of resources, how much are they in a position to actually divert economically to Indo-Pacific? Okay, that is a key question. So perhaps a lot of pessimists would say that, well, now with the war in Ukraine, there's an end of European engagement in Indo-Pacific because they just don't have the resources. But I personally feel it's a very extreme position to take. And in the paper, I have argued, in a different way. So now we just looked upon, has the war in Ukraine slowed down cooperation in Indo-Pacific? And I said the answer was both a yes and a no. Now let us look at why has it not slowed down, but in fact actually accelerated cooperation. Firstly, because Russia's actions in Ukraine have definitely united the West in a way that was not there before the war. And Sweden and Finland are trying to join NATO. Germany has really upped its defense expenditure, has, a lot of things are happening. I'm happy to take it up in the question answer session. Secondly, it has also provided, like I earlier said, the much needed impetus for the Europeans to act on their strategy documents, because most of the names that I've taken, whether it's UK, France, Germany, they all have documented Indo-Pacific strategies. So it has given them an impetus to actually act upon these strategic, documents. And they have been reaching out to countries like India that can prove to be really trustworthy in protecting Europe's vital interest in the Indo-Pacific. And there's been a slew of high-profile visits, which is self-explanatory. So I would just not get into the details here. And lastly, well, there have been arguments, and this is an interesting thing because it is an analytical argument, that arguments have been made around merging of the two theaters, the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific. Why? Because both these theaters are largely dependent on US security guarantees. And if China and Russia are further coming down together, then there is perhaps some sort of a convergence that we can expect in merging of these two theaters. So it is still an analytical, so to say, idea. Let's see how it kind of evolves. But I have a feeling that we would see them merging largely because they depend on US security guarantees. So, well, I mean, with that said, now we know why the West is looking at Indo-Pacific, especially Europe, because they are really worried about the trade, etc. Now let us now look at the Indo-Pacific. And, yesterday Horimoto Sensei said that Quad is perhaps the most visible and the most, so to say, tangible of all, engagements out there. And Indo-Pacific is really a very crowded space. And I'll tell you a bit from the European perspective as well as to how many strategy initiatives and how many policy initiatives are actually looking at Indo-Pacific. And then I'll say that just by having the number of policy initiatives does not really give you the outcome. For getting the outcome in place, you have to have other things in place as well. So Indo-Pacific right now is a space which is enmeshed with several policies to promote a variety of issues and counter growing challenges. In this paper, for today, I'll be analyzing Indo-Pacific, the desiderata. I mean, what is it that the countries desire? Of the E3 particularly, when I say E3, I mean the UK, France, and Germany. We need Germany, I'll tell you why. And that of the EU, of course. In growing conjunction with Japan. Japan is also one factor which comes out really well and as a big player in the Indo-Pacific and supports many of EU policies in that region. So that is the purpose of why I'll be mentioning about Japan. So, where is this, like I said, the E3 and the EU? Let's start with the EU. Why is EU so really looking at Indo-Pacific? So EU has launched something called a strategic compass in November last year, whose goal is to develop a sovereign European security strategy. Let me share that for a long time. See, European Union has been looked upon as an economic alliance only, but the Europeans are getting more and more aware of the fact that they also need security. They need to be little self-dependent, little self-reliant in terms of security because they are outwardly dependent on NATO and what the war has brought out, which something that the war has also brought out. So they have been, kind of brainstorming how to come out of that dependence, be a little more independent. And the most comprehensive document that has come lately is called the Strategic Compass. Now, well, if those of you who are aware of European Union, who know how European Union functions, the problem with European Union is that there are too many policies, but very little outcome. So, but therein comes a difference because Strategic Compass is not a standalone act. It is backed by something called the European Defense Fund, which is that they are committing a lot of money to it. And also it is a part of EU's multi-annual financial framework of 2021 to 2027. So the point of telling all this together is that they seem to be much more serious about the security than they have ever been in the past. So that's one. Now, if you look at the EU's Indo-Pacific policy with, in the background of all these three initiatives that I tell you, now you know that they really intend to reinforce its strategic focus and its presence and actions in the Indo-Pacific. And of course, all the documents, say that it's about regional stability, security, prosperity, and, it's like the language is pretty much expected. Then let me also mention something which is of key importance and which will bring us closer to how this all kind of translates into cooperation with Quad and Quad members is something called the EU's Global Gateway Strategy. This was also introduced last year, December 2021, just around the time when tensions were building around the Ukraine border. And this has emerged as a cornerstone for the implementation of the EU Indo-Pacific strategy because it focuses on sustainable and trusted connections Okay. And then along with this, there's something called an EU's industrial policy, which again talks about resilient supply chains. So, there is, like I said, there are lots of policies and all of them are looking in one direction. And that is why the compounded effect is at least expected to really make some difference. Now, why did I mention the EU industrial policy? If you remember, just a few days ago when Ursula von der Leyen, the EU Commission President, was in India, she mentioned something called the Trade and Technology Council. And there was a lot of media coverage over the Trade and Technology Council, etc. What is it? I mean, we are far from nailing an FTA right now because there are certain issues, etc. But what is a Trade and Technology Council? This Trade and Technology Council is also a product of their new approach to industrial policies. It is important because EU only has one Trade and Technology, Trade and Technology Council pact with America. So the second one that they have is with India. And why? Because they are varied. There they are looking at a strategic mechanism that will give New Delhi access to advanced technologies and allow both the sides to set standards in crucial areas such as 5G, artificial intelligence, and all of this is being done against the backdrop of a rising China. And they don't mention it in the document, but it's very obvious. And if you sort of just go through the the lectures and the speeches that say the EU representatives have been making, or not just EU but also French and German, and not German so much, but definitely UK, the Britishers, you will see that there is always a reference to China. Now, apart from all this, like I said, that I'll be mentioning the role of Japan. Japan's role in complementing all these various EU policy initiatives is really immense. As we know, obviously, Indo-Pacific is a key region for Japan. I mean, I won't get into that. That's very obvious. What Japan has been doing is that Japan has been a long-standing investor in infrastructural development in the Indo-Pacific region through the Asian Development Bank and joint financing with the US. Now, there's something that I'd like to share. It's interesting that Japan's investment in the region actually surpasses that of China's. In the Southeast Asia, Japan has about 255 billion, right, invested here. Whereas if you compare it with China, China has about 157 billion only. So this makes Japan such a key, so to say, player. So as rightfully argued by the analysts, new players like the European Union, etc., they just launched a 300 billion global gateway that I was just mentioned in hard and soft infrastructure. Now, all of this looks set to meet the Asia's needs. And what are Asia's infrastructural needs? I mean, that's where the money comes in. And, usually they are touted as between 22 to 26 trillion dollars. Where is all that big money going to come from, if not from cooperation among the like-minded countries when they really commit all that money? So therein I say that, Japan has a huge role to play. So Japan definitely then has a critical role to play as a tech giant, as a stable regional player in connectivity and infrastructure development. Apart from that, there is a whole slew of, so to say, policies between EU and Japan that also show how serious they are in terms of cooperating on the Indo-Pacific. There are so many. There's the EU-Japan partnership on sustainable connectivity and quality infrastructure that was done in 2019. Similarly, the European Investment Bank, which is the financing arm of the EU, and the Japan Bank for International Cooperation have also signed an extended MOU to strengthen these co-financing opportunities, etc. So, like I said, there are so many issues out there. The point is that how do you sort of join them together in a logical, coherent manner and in a coordinated way so that there is an outcome which is absolutely tangible and the outcome that all the players are interested in looking. So now with all this now, I mean, I was just talking about the good part right now. For all the above to actually harness the full potential of cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, the first thing that Europe needs to do is to address its own cleavages. Okay, so the big powers in Europe, UK, France, Germany, they have internal chasms. So the region itself needs to come up with a coherent strategy to set aside their respective differences. And the real problem here is between France and UK on the one hand and the rest of the Europe. I'll tell you how. Before I tell you what are the problems, let me just tell you that recently, Germany under Chancellor Olaf Scholz, I mean, he's just become he's a new chancellor there. They committed, because of the Russian war and something that NATO could not make them do for all these years, the Russian war could, triggered in a matter of a few days. So Germany has recently said that they are going to be upping their defense expenditure slowly, and they are also going to be reaching the 2% limit of their GDP in terms of NATO contribution. Now, 2% GDP of Germany. Germany is the biggest economy in Europe. Yesterday, Horimoto Sensei gave us figures as to how big is German economy. So if Germany is really willing to give all that money to European security, that means that the UK and France have some money that they can set aside for Indo-Pacific. And actually, this is a point that a lot of analysts are talking about, that a greater German contribution to European security may allow France and the UK to free up resources to lead European contribution to Indo-Pacific security. Now, with this sort of enhanced German contribution, I think that UK and France should actually work harder to set aside their differences. Okay, that's like really important. Now, by this, I definitely don't mean to say that Germany has the same view of China. For example, I mean, they view China differently from the way UK does, but then divergences will always be there. No two countries can have identical foreign policy objectives. And let's just understand that, let's take it in our stride, because it's not the divergences, we are looking for convergences, and both of these are always matters of degrees. So, like I said, how do they set aside their differences, and how do they come up with convergences? You see, like I said, despite the problems, and especially over Brexit and AUKUS, Paris and London, they have somewhat similar strategic interests to play, which differentiate them from other Indo-Pacific enthusiasts in Europe, like Germany and Netherlands. And maybe in coming, in near future, there'll be many more countries with the documented Indo-Pacific strategies. Well, France's case is the most easy to understand for us, because France is a resident Indo-Pacific power. They have about 1.5 million citizens in the Indo-Pacific. They have 5 permanent military bases in the region, and that explains their interests. But cooperation between UK and France has been limited because of their tensions over Brexit, like we've been mentioning again and again. And also, they have a competition when it comes to defense industrial, policies. So that kind of a thing they need to take into account. Also, let's remember that UK is far more comfortable with the US-led security order. UK is a part of NATO, and UK is also part of AUKUS, so UK is much more comfortable. But France, and here comes the nuance, France sees its own roles and that of EU's. And let's remember, France is also heading the EU Council right now. They see their strategies to add value by providing regional partners with a different and a less confrontational set of options. So while AUKUS and all is more direct, France says that let's settle for something which is less confrontational in order to respect sensitivities around great power competition and lower the risk of confrontation with China. So that has been some difference in how UK and France looks at Indo-Pacific and their engagement. So having said that, obviously, as we can make sense of it, logically, these two approaches are not entirely different. They can be reconciled. The point is, and the diplomacy is going to make all the difference. So like I said, the point is to actually work for a more structured modus vivendi, because there are differences, but then how do we set them aside to go ahead and work towards Indo-Pacific? Now, also, let me reiterate, and I think I have about 5 minutes to go. So yeah, I'll be very quick. So the nuclear powers and permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, both UK and France are members there. They see themselves as global security providers. Okay, they do, and that is why they take up on that role, with such gusto. So during last 5 years, they have both deepened security cooperation with key regional players. Like, for example, let me tell you about UK, and that also brings us to all, like I said, that there is a lot of multilateralism which is evolving in the Indo-Pacific. UK is already involved in Asian security through the Five Eyes Network. Five Eyes Network is a global so to say, like, I mean, not a global, but it's a network of 5 English-speaking countries which share intelligence. It's pretty elite. And they are developing intelligence sharing. The Five Eyes are developing intelligence sharing matrices with India and Japan already, because they have already come to Indo-Pacific. So then they have also power difference arrangements with Australia, Malaysia, New Zealand, Singapore, etc. And why am I focusing so much on intelligence? You see, intelligence is key to a maritime space. Commodore Vasan perhaps would tell you better, but then right now you pick up any of these, cooperation arrangements or something. You will see one thing which is being repeated again and again, which is the maritime domain awareness. Maritime domain awareness is largely dependent upon maritime intelligence and maritime situational awareness. And for that, you need intelligence to be shared in a very intelligent and productive manner. Okay. So, so that kind of a thing. Then similarly, one of the suggestions that has been made about how France and UK can actually resolve the differences is that, France and together, like, for example, France could look at southwest of the Pacific, while UK could look at southeast of the Pacific. Now, obviously, all these suggestions can definitely be taken up later in the question answer session. But why do I say that? Is because, like I said, for European engagement to make sense in the Indo-Pacific, these two need to really keep their differences aside, and hence the argument of how they can keep their differences aside. So similarly, like I said, they are also, in the past decade, if you look at, France and UK have also increased their own bilateral defense cooperation. And they have a Lancaster House agreement signed, about a decade ago. And they do talk, I mean, it's not just that they only have differences, they also have convergences. But the point is that it's not coordinated enough, okay? And for making it coordinated enough, they need, I would say perhaps a better strategy, which is only talking about how their resources in the Indo-Pacific can perhaps fetch them better outcomes. Now, like I said, there's also one point that I'd like to mention before I end, which is that they also need to be talking of how to not let China further divide ASEAN, because ASEAN centrality is extremely important for the success in Indo-Pacific and all the Indo-Pacific strategy. Now, of course, I know there's very little time, but we definitely look at not just Quad, but also other arrangements and plurilaterals, like, for example, the Australia, India, Indonesia, those kind of plurilaterals are important. And now let me just come to India's position and just end it, because I'm sure in the question answer session, we'll look after, more of these details. See, India's response to the Ukrainian crisis has been a good balancing act, and the reasons have been obvious. We've told the world as to what really our dependence and security concerns are, and why are we so dependent on Russia the way we are: defense procurement, Central Asia, Afghanistan, North-South Maritime Corridor, etc. Having said that, the real challenge before India, and this is something important, is to do so. I mean, is to really uphold our strategic autonomy without giving the perception of co-opting the emerging Sino-Russian axis. I mean, I can tell you that, Chinese have been interested in this Russia, China, India trilateral, and every single time, the thing that we need to do is that we need to tell them that, listen, we are not happy, or we are not going to accept an order in Asia, which is led by China. So we don't share the same ambitions of changing the global liberal order. Having said that, our dependence on you is pretty functional, and so be it. So this is what we need to also convey to our Western allies, because I think there's no point alienating them just because of a miscommunication. So that's it. The world's largest economies are looking for a China +1. So initially it was decoupling. Now everybody's talking about diversification. So China +1, supply chains, and perhaps the geopolitical alignments are also changing. Trade is going to be increasingly, being done among like-minded countries. So Indo-Pacific is and will remain to be a theater of increased geopolitical and geoeconomic competition and engagement, especially among the adherents of the liberal international order. So with this, I rest my case, and I look forward to a question answer session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Swasti Rao, for that very eloquent presentation. We don't generally hear about a European angle when we talk about the Indo-Pacific. So that was quite refreshing to many of us, I'm sure. And we have our final speaker for this forenoon session from Japan, Professor Toru Ito. He's a professor in the Department of International Relations and Graduate School of Security Studies, the National Defense Academy of Japan. And Professor Ito is going to talk on the effectiveness of Indo-Japan cooperation in the Indo-Pacific and the Quad. Professor Ito, you can start your presentation, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're very visible, sir. Go ahead.
Can I share my screen or PowerPoint?
Yes. Yeah, it's
Okay.
in.
Can you see my screen or PowerPoint?
Yes, sir, we can.
Then thank you, Chairperson. I'm very sorry I can't visit Chennai and talk with everybody face to face. Actually, I have not been able to visit India for more than 2 years. So, and Taga-san and Sugura-san has strongly encouraged me to visit India, but unfortunately, my institution, I couldn't get permission to visit abroad from my institution. So today, I'd like to talk online, and I'd like to make my presentation on the prospect and the limit of Indo-Japan cooperation, especially in the context of the Indo-Pacific and Quad. And maybe my view is very similar to Horimoto Sensei's view. Of course, we have not consulted in advance at all. But maybe as a researcher, as a Japanese researcher on South Asia, the views are not so different. So anyway, and first of all, I'd like to point out that today's my view is a personal one as an independent researcher on Indian foreign policy and South Asia. Also, I am belonging to the National Defense Academy, a Japanese government organization. Then let's get started. As you know, the bilateral relations between India and Japan have been upgraded to the level of the special strategic and global partnership now. And we have very close political, economic, and security relationship now. However, the situation was completely different before the beginning of this century. Of course, India and Japan have a long historical and cultural bonds even before India's independence. But during the Cold War era, India adopted a policy of non-alignment and pro-Soviet policy, especially after 1970s, while Japan chose the alliance with the United States. As a result, Indo-Japan bilateral relations were very strained so long, although each nation did not see the other nation as an enemy. So, the collapse of the Cold War structure was good news for the bilateral relations. Nonetheless, during the 1990s, the relationship did not develop so much, mainly because Japanese indifference to India in terms of economy and security. And maybe the many Japanese companies are interested in, first of all, interested in China and South Korea and ASEAN countries. And in 1998, India did nuclear tests. Since then, from the Japanese viewpoint, India became a strength again. In my view, the most important turning factor is the rise and assertiveness of China, which both India and Japan see as a big threat or a challenge for their nations. In Japan, China's threat theory has been supported widely since 2005, when more massive anti-Japanese riots occurred throughout China. And later, in 2010s, China stepped up its offensive against the Senkaku Islands under the valid control of Japan in the East China Sea. In India too, since around 2009, it has been reported that more and more Chinese PLA troops transgress the line of actual control, Area C, that is to say, unresolved borders between India and China. And later, China seems to encircle India strategically by building close relations with India's neighboring countries. As a result, since around 2010s, both India and Japan have had the same motive to deepen the strategic bilateral relations against more assertive and aggressive China. In addition to the bilateral relations, India and Japan have boosted their relationship in the multilateral framework, including the US and Australia. Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, in his first term, regarded India as a counterweight to growing Chinese influence, and he emphasized the shared values between India and Japan when he made a speech Confluence of the Two Seas at the Indian Parliament in August 2007. Based on his idea, he proposed a four-nation alliance among the democratic powers. This quadrilateral initiative crystallized as the first official-level security consultation on the sidelines of ASEAN Regional Forum, ARF, Security Policy Meeting in Manila in May 2007, and the massive Malabar exercise by the four nations plus Singapore in the Bay of Bengal. The trial of Quad 1.0 attracted strong protests from China. Chinese side doubted the Japanese nationalistic leaders were fashioning a China containment strategy involving India. Indian Prime Minister at that time, Manmohan Singh, has become cautious about making China uncomfortable by overemphasizing the China threat. As a result, the Quad 1.0 has disappeared with the fall of power of the conservative trio of US President Bush Jr., Australian Prime Minister Howard, and Japanese Prime Minister Abe. However, in the interval, China increased its influence and assertiveness in the East China Sea, South China Sea, and Area Sea with India. The BJP administration, established in 2014, led by Mr. Modi, began to show its growing interest in the Indo-Pacific region. India started to approach boldly to advocates for Indo-Pacific concept. Prime Minister Modi selected Japan as his first foreign trip outside South Asia and declared special strategic and global partnership. We should note that Prime Minister Modi agreed to add the term of special to the strategic and global partnership. For Prime Minister Abe, in his second term, had elevated the strategic partnership with Australia to the same special level just 2 months before. Moreover, Modi administration decided to strengthen its relations with Australia, which is shown as Prime Minister Modi's first visit to Australia by an Indian Prime Minister in 28 years. Both the leaders declared framework for security cooperation. The relationship India and Australia, which is a very strange so long time, is getting very strengthened. Regarding the United States, Prime Minister Modi invited President Obama as the chief guest of Republic Day for the first time as the US president in 2015. At that time, both leaders released a joint strategic vision for the Asia-Pacific and Indian Ocean region. Not the term of Indo-Pacific, but very near term, Asia-Pacific and Indian Ocean region. In September 2015, the United States, Japan, India trilateral foreign ministers gathered in New York for the first time to discuss security issues. At that meeting, India agreed to use the term of Indo-Pacific officially for the first time. Since that year, Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force has become a regular member of an Indo-US Malabar exercise. Since then, Malabar exercise became the trilateral mechanism. India's perception of China as a threat has gradually sharpened since around the end of 2000s. Above all, under the Xi Jinping regime, India has faced with more and more offensive Chinese behavior as for India's application for Nuclear Suppliers Group, NSG, to list Jaish-e-Mohammed, that is to say, Pakistani terrorist groups, the leader, Chief Masood Azhar, as a terrorist designated by the United Nations, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC, Belt and Road border issue, and Doklam standoffs in 2017. Since then, India has leaned greatly to the Quad. In November 2017, the Quad meeting came back after 10 years back in the same place, Manila. In January 2018, India invited Navy chiefs of quadrilateral countries to its Raisina Dialogue, New Delhi. Relaunched the framework of Quad consultations has been upgraded to the foreign minister level since September 2019. Reborn Quad 2.0 has been strengthened since then. Some people expect or suspect the Quad might become Asian NATO, that is to say, military alliance. But in my view, I don't think so. But on the other hand, the reborn Quad, that is to say, Quad 2.0, will not disappear. Because now that China has great confidence to fight the United States and India at the same time. For instance, the crash in Galwan Valley in June 2020 and protracted military standoff over LSC under the COVID-19 pandemic happened at the time of US-China tension. Now, China thinks China have the confidence to fight both the United States and fight against both the United States and India at the same time. Anyway, this incident was a fatal blow to the fragile Indo-China relations. External ministers Jaishankar paid a visit to Tokyo in order to join the face-to-face foreign minister meeting in spite of pandemic. Modi administration made up its mind to invite Australia to Malabar exercise and to approve Biden's proposal to convene the Quad summit meeting. At the first online summit meeting in March 2021, joint statement Spirit of the Quad was released, and half a year later, second summit, first face-to-face summit meeting was held in Washington White House. It is reported that next summit meeting will be convened in Tokyo late this month. Then, what does India expect from the framework of the cooperation of Quad? In my view, first of all, India has an ulterior motive to check China, not militarily, but diplomatically and politically, by hinting at the possibility of building its stronger relationships with the other Quad members by building the coalition of democracies. This is my view. The message from New Delhi to Beijing might be that we would permit the Quad to become a hard balancing mechanism against you if you assumed the offensive to us. And related to that, India seems to intend to use the Quad as a leverage against China to extract more concessions on the border negotiations and so on. However, that is getting difficult because China knows the weakness of India now. That is to say, China believes that India will never give up its strategic autonomy. Chinese specialist on India knows India very well. Several times I had some discussion with Chinese expert on India several times, but they know very well India's position. So, if China thinks India will not agree with military alliance, then India will not be able to check China if China is assured that India will never tilt to the consolidation of the Quad. That is an Indian dilemma regarding the Quad and strategic autonomy. The other expectation from New Delhi is an economic one. There is a serious debate in India about economic security and how to get out of supply chains that are dependent on China. And how does India counter Chinese Belt and Road infrastructure projects in India's neighborhoods? This should have become an important issue for the medium to long term. But the recent realities have shown that it's not so easy, as I will explain later. As I mentioned now, India expects the Quad to work as a soft balancing mechanism against China. That is to say, diplomatic, political, and economic framework. But on the other hand, I think there are limits in the quadrilateral and bilateral military cooperation, including Japan. The first is that India and Japan have completely different notions of alliance. From the viewpoint of India, which has stuck to strategic autonomy, it would be inconceivable India were integrated into the US-led military system like Japan. In an emergency situation, Indian armies are prepared to fight on their own. But Japanese self-defense forces assume that they will work with the United States armies not only for Japan's defense, but also for the US operations in the other parts of the world, like Iraq. As you know, the Japanese self-defense forces aircraft, which was planning to land in Mumbai the other day to pick up the humanitarian supplies from UNHCR depot for Ukraine and its neighboring countries, was declined in the last stage. The second is that there is difference in Chinese threat perception between India and Japan, even though the both countries share vague image of China's threat. In other words, Japan is a maritime nation, like the United States and Australia. But India is not only a maritime nation, but also a continental nation. That is very different. Indian today's main security concerns are the Chinese offensive along line of actual control, cross-border terrorism from Pakistan, and resurgent Taliban in Afghanistan. But all of which the other Quad members, including Japan, are not prepared to get involved in. That is shown as the United States unilateral withdrawal from Afghanistan last year. I think that is one big reason why India, now which faces continental threats, continental concerns, needs Russian cooperation. They don't want to be isolated in the Eurasian continent. On the other hand, India will not want to get involved in the East China issues like Senkaku Islands and Taiwan. The third is Japanese constitution and legal system, which restricts the export of offensive weapons to any country. You know, concerning the current Russian invasion of Ukraine, Japan cannot supply any offensive weapons except for helmets and anti-barrette jackets. Also, Japan is clearly supporting the Ukraine side. Japan also concerns whether the Indian side can protect intellectual property and prevent the leaking of technology to third parties because India's traditional and close relationship with Russia. So, for instance, it would be inconceivable to export Japanese submarines to India, even if agreements on the transfer of defense equipment and technology and protection of classified military information was signed in 2015. I think there is a lack of trust in the military level. Then what can we do? In my view, compared with military cooperation, I think there is huge potential in the cooperation on non-military fields. First, as just now, Dr. Rao-san said, first is the cooperation on the connectivity infrastructure building within India and India's neighborhoods, which will countervail Chinese Belt and Road. Ongoing India's Northeast projects are very hopeful in that emerging South Asia, including India and Bangladesh, will be connected with Southeast Asia, ASEAN, in which many Japanese companies have invested so long. If these projects go well, South Asia will not become so far from Japanese viewpoint. Next, North-South Transport Corridor, NSTC, is a project, ongoing project Modi government has endeavored to push. It will be possible for India to get access to Afghanistan and Central Asia without going through Pakistan. At first, Japan showed a positive attitude towards the cooperation on the development of Iran's Chabahar port, which is the entry port of NSTC. But unfortunately, the United States sanctions on Iran imposed by the former President Trump and not lifted now yet by Biden have hampered Indo-Japan cooperation in Iran. More ambitious project is Asia-Africa Growth Corridor, AAGC, which Prime Minister Modi launched its vision document in collaboration with Prime Minister Abe just after his boycotting Chinese Belt and Road Summit meeting in 2017. It is expected that greater synergy between Japan's technology and capital and India's strong network and experience in Africa will emerge as Japanese former ambassador to New Delhi, Mr. Hiramatsu said. In addition to the infrastructure, it is very important to cooperate to restructure and build alternative and resilient supply chains independent of China. As Commodore Basan said. In Japan, India, and Australia have already started Supply Chain Resilience Initiative, SCRI, and at the first online quadrilateral summit meeting last year, new working groups on critical and emerging technology and the vaccine partnership were set up. The cooperation on these policy areas was welcomed by India, of course, especially for the Modi administration, which launched its vaccine diplomacy. Vaccine cooperation is something that they must consider a good opportunity. However, because of the second wave of COVID-19 in April last year, India couldn't act at the moment in order to prioritize domestic demand. Another concern is that when India asked the world for medical provisions and vaccine support last year, at the same time, the response from Japan, the US, and Australia seemed a bit slower than those of Europe, China, and Russia. Inside India, it is reported there was even those questioning the point of the Quad meeting agreement and the significance of the Quad itself. And according to the reports, India's trade with China in 2021 crossed $125 billion, with imports from China nearing a record of $100 billion, in spite of Modi administration's efforts to reduce dependence on imports from China amid an increased emphasis on self-reliance, as well as escalating tensions along the border. It is also reported that India has had no choice but to receive medical supplies also from China via Hong Kong. Although it might want to break free from China-dependent supply chains, reality has shown that it's not so easy. So it is very important thing for India to build alternative and resilient supply chains in cooperation with Japan. Financial support to India's neighborhoods is also important because some small countries in South Asia are caught in China's debt trap. It is reported that India is extending its helping hand to Sri Lanka and Maldives, but that is not enough. In my view, Japan should offer more financial support to help India's neighborhoods escape China's debt trap. Such cooperation would contribute to counter Chinese expanding influence in the region. Last, I'd like to emphasize the Japanese diplomatic and political roles. When you see India's neighborhoods, there are tendencies for authoritarianism, military rule, or chaos. Sri Lanka under the authoritarian rule of pro-China Rajapaksa's family. The island nation is in the crisis of economic meltdown. Yesterday, the Rajapaksa family declared the emergency again. Myanmar under the military junta, which is strongly criticized by the United States and Europe, might deepen relations with China. We are afraid. We are afraid after the United States withdrawal and resurgent Taliban regime, Afghanistan is getting more unstable, which would create hotbeds of extremism and terrorism, in which China and Pakistan might expand their influence in South Asia and Central Asia. India has interest in stabilizing its neighbors in terms of security and its regional strategies. In this regard, Japan has a strong point. Japan has maintained friendly relations with all these countries, even with Myanmar and Iran. So we should contribute more actively to democratizing and stabilizing in the region. Looking around India's smaller neighbor, we can find almost all the countries in political turmoil and transformation. Myanmar, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Iran. These countries stand on the threshold between democracy and authoritarianism, between national existence and failed state. As you know, it is China that is approaching and deepening the relations with these fragile countries. Democratized and stabilized region would be desirable and beneficial to both Japan and India in terms of economy, politics, and security. So we can and we should cooperate much more in this regard. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ito, so much. I think it was quite worth our wait to listen to you. And please stay on the line because we are now entering a very exciting part of the symposium. It's called Question and Answers. And I will moderate it to the extent I can. But please stay on the line, sir. Okay, folks, we are here for your Q&A. We have about 30 or 35 minutes for you to ask your questions. My only request to you is, please let it be a question. I don't want any statement, views, political ideologies, all those things are, beside the point here. you can ask your question generally and I could direct any one of the speakers to answer, or you can pose a specific question to a specific speaker. And at this time, I would like to have as many students as possible. There are a lot of you from different universities and colleges. This is a rare opportunity for you to have listened to some brilliant speakers. So I would throw open the floor and you can start with your question. Now, who has the first question? I'll pass this mic to. No, it's all. Take this also. I'll go there.
Good morning to everyone present here. I am Ria Cyril from Women's Christian College. My question is to Dr. Swasti. Ma'am, the engagement of the European Union in the Indo-Pacific, do you think it is leading to newer dangers of newer types of colonization all over again?
So do we take questions, 2-3 questions together and then answer, or shall I be? Okay, all right. Well, fine. I can understand where that unease is coming from, because, European powers, we saw the world wars because of the imperial race and all that. So I think your question is rooted in that reality, or at least it's coming from that. And especially as a colonized power, we definitely have those things at the back of our minds. Well, to put it very simply, you see, Europeans do not have an aspiration for that kind of an imperialism or colonialization. I mean, the way you look at it, because they simply do not have the resources for it anymore. Okay, let's also understand that that question stems from a particular world order, and world orders keep changing. So the question that you ask me is coming from a world order where the European naval powers held the key to world and, to world economy, etc. And of course, we've been sufferers of that. So yeah, we need to keep that in mind. It's a good question. But let's also understand that the nature of power in the world is that it keeps transitioning. So right now, after that, we saw the American-led world order. And after the American-led world order, now we are entering a world order which is more multipolar, but perhaps with the return of a great power rivalry. So putting it very, very shortly, we don't run the risk of that kind of a colonization. Right now, the point is that we have to enrich Indo-Pacific, because Indo-Pacific is a vast region, okay? And Europeans have a major stake there because 3/4 of their trade passes through Indo-Pacific, okay? So, and they are really worried about what China has been doing. So like I said, the point is to look for engagement. There will be engagement for sure. They have documented strategies for the same. The point is that if we really want to have an outcome, where we all converge, at least like-minded countries, quote unquote, converge, then it has to be better coordinated enough. So the point of the presentation was also the same, that out of all these distinct policy initiatives that we have, and it's like pretty much all there, how do we make sense of this engagement, right? So that was it. I hope you answered your question.
Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you for giving me this chance. My name is Padmesh. I'm from C3S. So my question is to Commodore R.S. Vasan, sir. Sir, you mentioned in your speech about the alternate supply chain initiative, which is being taken under this quadrilateral initiative. So do you think it's really happening, sir? Or do you think the initiative is under progress? Because yesterday an statement which was issued by the US Department of Defense said that the Asian logistics support is lagging. So how do you think it's proceeding, or how do you think it's happening?
Thank you, Padmesh. The point is very simple. While the intentions are there to move away from the supply chains, it has not happened. I think our friend from Japan also brought out to say that the trade is actually grown. You have troops, facing each other, and yet you find from 100, it's gone to 120 billion. So obviously it shows how dependent the world is, not just India, but the rest of the world is dependent on this well-established, infrastructure and everything that supplies the rest of the world. It was recognized as the manufacturing hub of the world, whether it's semiconductors, whether it is finished products, whether it is anything else, So the China had a say in all this, and so overnight you can't say I'll move away from China. So despite the standoff that is there, we are in a situation that they are also dependent. It's not that China is insulated. They also want these raw materials. They want certain kind of products to come to them. So this mutual dependency is what we are trying to address through the supply chain resilience initiative. It will take a long, long time. Remember, China took about 40, 50 years to establish and come to the space that they're in. So for you to wean away, Japan also moved away their factories from China. For them to start delivering and start meeting the demands of the global chain would take another 10 years. So for 10 years, perhaps you are in the same quagmire of how much do we import, what do we import, from whom? Are there alternate established chains that we can resort to? Can we create those chains? If the question is about creating those chains, it will take you 10 years. Let's face it, let's be realistic and not say suddenly I'll move away from China and start placing orders on Germany or Japan or somebody else. So that is the harsh reality. But it's good that it's happened, because at least from now on, the entire world is looking at creating alternate systems that can support your future needs. I'm talking about 20 years from now today. I answered your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Maithili. I'm faculty at the Department of International Studies, Women's Christian College. So my question is directed to the chair. It's a very basic question as to how do you actually understand the geographical limitations of Indo-Pacific? Do we go with Prime Minister Abe's version, that is the confluence of two seas? Or do we go like Commodore Watson? So your first presentation, your first slide showed even the Suez Canal, the Red Sea, and Africa also as a part of the Indo-Pacific. So in what context do we actually delineate this region, sir?
I don't think there is a hard and fast rule in which you can. If you look at the entire Indo-Pacific, I think it has got some 50 or 51 countries. It's vast. And somebody like Commodore Watson, who has been in the Navy, it's a blue water Navy. We can go as long as we want, either on the sea or even underneath the sea, And so you really cannot, see, that's the whole problem with this whole concept of, some people say that the Russian invasion of Ukraine has to do with Russia trying to reassert itself. But don't forget, Russia is as much an Asian power as it is a European power. We seem to forget that. We are not deliberately forgetting, we are made to forget that. That's because, part of the blame is that you are not present at the full facts. And as what Dr. Maheshwari said, in the morning, NATO started off with 12 countries. Today you have 30. And the Pope Francis recently said the problem because in the Ukraine is because you had NATO barking on the door of Russia. So this is all, and Ukraine is also part of the Pacific. So, it's, you really cannot, it's not like a land border, where you can say this is it. So it is, we will look at the context and then we'll define.
Yes, Asama, the only reason I asked, like yesterday, Professor Horimoto also was saying that we do not have a security or even political framework yet in the region. So could this be one of the reasons we are not able to have a coherent framework, because we do not know where it starts and where it ends?
I don't think anybody would want to define a framework like that. In international relations, things are better said and unsaid. So that we can always try to go around to redefine it. Dr. Sanjay Baru is nodding his head. And many times in diplomacy, what is not said is more important than what is said. So, that's the crux of, my answer to you. Please.
Now, this is on your question about the first slide. We showed it from the African coast right up to the Australian coast and beyond, including the Oceania. Point is very simple. You are aware of the choke points which are there. Yes. Looking at Suez Canal, you look at the Red Sea, you are looking at the Straits of Malacca. India is in a central position. Its ability to oversee the entire area of operation is what makes it important for the Indian Ocean region. Likewise, in the Pacific Ocean, because of this, we feel that, like the chair correctly identified, you don't have to define physical boundaries. Some say Indo-Pacific is a geographic construct. Some say, no, it's a democratic contest. We don't have to worry about what these definitions are. Are there legitimate interests for India to be worried about the African coast where piracy is taking place, where there are choke points? Are you interested in what's happening in South China Sea, which is of importance to you, where you can perhaps bring in counter pressure to be applied on China through Quad, through AUKUS or whatever you want? And also more importantly, it's all about trade, rule-based trade that can happen without the fear of any kind of impediment to your traffic that's going from, Africa, Middle East, MENA project, carrying energy goods all the way to here. How do you protect it? So we are trying to have a mechanism that can look at this entire canvas of energy security, of trade, of commerce, of connectivity. So that comes from one ocean to another. So one coast to another coast.
And you have a country like China who doesn't even recognize the concept of the Indo-Pacific. They prefer Asia-Pacific.
I'll just add to it very quickly, in line with what the argument's been made. The thing is that I do agree that while it's difficult to actually delineate as to what really is the framework, we don't need to be, so to say, limited by definition so much. It is an analytical category in my opinion. Having said that, I do agree that we do need a better, stratification of priorities. Okay, so it's like when you look at the regions within Indo-Pacific, I think the priorities change, and that is why the flexibility that is there is needed also, because the priorities will keep shifting. That's all I wanted to add.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
My name is Padmanabhan. This question is to Mr. Commodore Watson. See, nations are guided by self-interest. There is no policy, there is no principle. Every nation is like that. We took a neutrality stand in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Is it the same as our NAM, non-aligned movement, or it's different?
No, I think enough clarification has been given by the government of India, particularly through the statements of External Affairs Minister. I'm sure you have seen some of those interfaces where what's been made very clear is that when we talk about neutrality as a stand in the case of Russia-Ukraine, we have constantly said both parties should stop fighting. There should be cessation of hostilities. This has been made very, very clear. But you must also understand the ground realities of the dependence on Russia. And also, if you go back 50, 60 years, you find perhaps there's a certain amount of merit in why Russia is trying to do this. It was too worried about NATO coming into its borders. The European borders were being pushed eastwards towards Russia. So, and this was something which was an ultimatum that was given to Ukraine to say, don't change these borders, don't join the NATO, because there are historical reasons as to why. I'm not going into that, but the point is there are historical reasons as to why, Russia was perhaps forced to ensure that NATO doesn't come knocking at its door. So India, I think when you're talking about strategic autonomy, which has been made clear by every leader, is that we align with our interests. We're not aligning with A, we're not aligning with B, we're aligning with our interests. So in here, our interest is to ensure that our supplies are not stopped, because when there is a standoff there, tomorrow if Russia stops its supplies, how do you fight a war? For that matter, if anybody else stops this supply, how do you fight a war? So therefore, you are trying to protect your short-term interest. Why you are trying to achieve the long-term goals, which is going to be a tricky position for us because of the multiple power dynamics that are ongoing.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Vishal. I'm from Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, University of Madras. First of all, thank you for giving us this opportunity for participating in this wonderful symposium. It's very much enriching and knowledgeable. So, sir, my question is to Commodore R.S. Vasan, sir. You were speaking about rule-based order. So the thing is that last year, Quad Joint Statement has committed its members for promoting a free and open rule-based order. So it is equally authoritative and impressive. So the thing is that even though people agree that we all should have a rule-based order in international affair committed with the international law, there is no agreement on which rule or whose rule or indeed the term itself. So my question is, what are your perspective on this particular thing? Thank you, sir.
Well, it's an interesting and very good question. The point is very simple. I also clarified in my presentation that will we keep talking about rule-based order and free and open Indo-Pacific. Who are the ones who are implementing this? America and its allies, by and large, they were able to carry out some kind of FONOPs, freedom of navigation operations, where they went in the territorial waters of declared territorial waters of South China Sea, and they said, look, and India. So we have clearly said we don't recognize your claims about your exclusive economic zone or the ADIS because it's illegal. It is not enshrined in the UNCLOS. So UNCLOS is the guiding document as far as your relations in the maritime domain are concerned. In the case of PCA, which I mentioned in 2016, the clear verdict is that China is at fault, particularly when he is both a signatory and also has ratified the UNCLOS. So, yes, no, yeah. The exclusive economic zone, you're right. So that also happened and it was taken up. I know we had long discussions on how they were allowed to enter the exclusive economic zone, whereas the government of India notification clearly says that any warship which is transiting is required to. Yeah, no. Here, American rule is not what matters. But even no, we can discuss this again. No, here I think there is a small point of disagreement, which is that while America carried out this, your own national laws contravene the provisions of UNCLOS. The UNCLOS is very clear to say that only if they are engaged in some kind of a suspicious activity, if they are carrying explosive orders in an exclusive economic zone, etc., then only it's violative. But a mere transit from there, even without notice, is acceptable, including in territorial waters. So our own orders, which we issued in government of India, were violative of the UNCLOS. Therefore, it's UNCLOS that's supreme and not the order issued by either USA or by India or by China. So I think that's a point which we got into a debate on this, and we realized that our own laws, which we said that any warship that's passing through exclusive economic zone, should notify, was itself erroneous. Because only if he was carrying out a suspicious activity, if he was firing missiles, if he was engaged in some kind of a activity that was detrimental to national security and safety of India, then only was he to inform you. Otherwise, even in territorial waters, is allowed to carry out innocent passage. That's very clear in UNCLOS. So coming back to your question, it is the UNCLOS where you have signed and you are ratified that you have to comply by. But in the case of the PCA that was given, they are not accepted. The orders are there. Who is enforcing this? Do you have a UN peacekeeping force now which will go and say, China, you do this? Are we going to take on the military militia? These are practical problems. What happened in our own case when there was a directive given when Bangladesh went to the tribunal, they said, the overlapping exclusive economic zone, what Bangladesh claimed is correct. We were magnanimous to say, fine, we abide by the decision given by the ITO. So, it is also the willingness of a nation which is there to abide by the laws which are promulgated internationally. China has not shown any willingness to abide by these laws for which it is a signatory. That's the point that I'm. So we will continue to live in this situation. How about Libya? How about Iraq? How about US? Did it have UN sanctions? Please go back and see. It did not have the UN sanctions for carrying out this kind of an attack on a presumed possession of WMD in Iraq. So, these are practical realities which is there, which is why in one of my slides I said, nations will continue to look at might is right. So that is a situation. So how do we do this? By putting additional pressure, which is what they all are trying to do in the Indo-Pacific, by carrying out freedom of navigation, overflight operations, by getting everybody together, by trying to move away, by trying to have AUKUS, which is there, which will put a lot of pressure on China, which suits India. Let's face it. If it is challenged in the maritime domain, the pressure on China is so much that they will start looking away from perhaps the land border because it's heating up there. Indo-Pacific, South China Sea, East China Sea is all heating up. It's good for us. That's the way I look at it. Again, it serves your national interest. Comes back to the point of strategic autonomy, where you are serving your national interest. They are not looking at anything else. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Before we move to the next question, I just want to add on to what eminent speakers have said. You're a student of defense studies, students of international relations. There's a brilliant book that was published in 1970. You should read that. It's called Nuremberg and Vietnam, an American tragedy. And the person who wrote it was the chief prosecutor, an American, Telford Taylor. And there he asked a simple question. I mean, were the principles of Nuremberg applied in Vietnam? So you get that answer. There's a kind of a rhetorical question, that will set the tone for what, people, are saying here. And there is a question to Professor Ito. Sir, this regarding to the chance of widening the Quad with South Korea showing interest to join it. The frozen relations between South Korea and Japan, US, uncomfortable with South Korea's intention to reduce the contribution to cover. Sir, to put it very short, Professor Toru, what do you have to say about expanding the Quad? To include countries like South Korea?
Regarding South Korea, I'm very pessimistic. And of course, a new administration is much better. A new administration, the Conservative Party, ruled by Conservative Party, is much better for Japan. But from the for the South Korea, the very important factor is nationalism against Japan. And so even the new administration, it is very difficult to overcome the historical issues and territorial issues between Japan and South Korea. So maybe most Japanese conservative politicians and some intellectuals are doubting that South Korea. It is not so. It is very difficult to include South Korea to the Quad members. And anyway, and regarding other members like Indonesia and so on. And it is it might be possible, but what is it is getting doubtful. It will be getting doubtful. What is the pillar of the Quad? What is the spirit of the Quad? Some people say that Vietnam might become the partner of the Quad, but Vietnam is not a democratic country. So it is very dangerous to expand too much.
Can I just very quickly add to this? Because when we look at Quad and enlargement of Quad per se, I think that thing has been made again and again, that perhaps we're looking at a loose framework like the Quad Plus, right? And then also the different plurilaterals who can be there. So I don't think particularly enlarging the Quad per se, as in taking the membership from 4 to 5 is what we are looking at anyway in the Quad, or the Quad members are looking at. But when they talk about enhancing cooperation, perhaps they're looking at a more loose framework, which is like the plus, which could also be temporary, because I can tell you the 5 Eyes also behave in the same way. So 5 Eyes are 5 groups, but then as and when needed, they get in members from the rest of the world, and then once that task is over, they kind of move on. So perhaps we're also looking at that kind of a hybrid enlargement and not just formal enlargement of the Quad.
We have time for one more question, and after that we break for lunch. Don't forget that all the speakers will be having their lunch also, so you can freely ask them anything you want to. The lady here, please. Mic கொடுங்க.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lily Khathamau, and I study in Loyola College. My question is very simple, and I wanted to ask Ma'am Swastika. The question is, since China is openly challenging the US hegemon currently. So the question is, can China afford to replace the US hegemon, despite the fact that we're living in a multipolar world? And if it becomes a hegemon, what will be the case for India, especially in the Indo-Pacific ties with the rest of the countries? Yeah, that's a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm fine. It's a question about the grand narratives, right? I mean, one hegemon being replaced by another hegemon. So it's a question of grand narratives. I personally don't feel that looking at world in terms of grand narratives is the correct, so to say, picturization of the world as we live in it today. As in many terms, and I'll like for example, if you look at GDP, so there are certain markers which will tell you that the People's Republic of China has already surpassed United States, right? And some say that they will, and then some say that no, but because they have an aging population, their economy is contracting, so perhaps it will take them time to replace the United States. So so like I said, that depends on the way in which you want to look at it. You could actually say that China has already, substitute or, taken over United States. I don't think that is the question. The point is that that is not how the world operates. The world is operating in a system where all these great powers are really embedded in global supply chains, right? And that is something that China is extremely careful of. I'll just give you an example very quickly to understand this better. A lot of people say that, right, what Russia did in Ukraine, now China is having the last laugh, and China and Russian alliance is going to become stronger. You see, all that is true, definitely. But then China is much more wary of being isolated from global supply chains than Russia. It was very easy for the West to put these sanctions on Russia because Russia was not as embedded in supply chains like China is. And so those are things China is far more pragmatic. Otherwise, why do you think is China not invading Taiwan? They have the capability today, but they're not doing it because they do not want to exercise that option because it is going to hurt their economic interests. So they perhaps want to strategize in a way where they make it look as if the best option for Taiwan is to kind of join China and not to do it militarily, because sanctions are going to hurt not just the Chinese, also the West in a far more dramatic way than what we are seeing in the Russian example. So like I said, a better way to look at the world is that we live in a world with embedded supply chains where decoupling is perhaps not the answer, or complete replacement of one power with another perhaps is also not the answer. That will happen slowly and steadily. But at the same time, what we need is that the lesson learned is that for any power, that we do not need to keep all our eggs in the same basket, diversify as much as possible, because that perhaps is the most sustainable way to look at, retaining power in the world.
Yeah, perhaps the last one, madam. Go ahead.
Very good afternoon. My name is Priti and I'm a journalism student from MOP Vaishnav College. My question is very general. So my question is about the uncertainties of India and Japan over the nature of their engagement with the US vision of the FOIP. So, whether the FOIP would focus more on economic development or aim to develop into a security-oriented strategy in countering China. What is going to be the priority for now?
I will ask Dr. Uma to answer that question.
Yeah, I think it is going to be, since the whole Indo-Pacific is more on maritime security alliance, because the political alliance is, the days of political alliance is, divided into many forums, economic, security, these kind of things. So I think it is be more on the security alliances, maritime alliances.
Yeah, you can go ahead, Professor Ito. You want to answer that question, sir?
Yes, if we, as I mentioned in my presentation, I think that in my view, that if we focus on the military issue, it's very difficult to cooperate with each other smoothly. So in my view, so it's better to cooperate in the non-military field. Then it maybe the Quad will work more smoothly. That is my view.
Thank you. Thank you. So you want to.
Thank you very much. I think it's been a wonderful session. And I would request all the distinguished guests and the students community to please stand up and give them a very big ovation. Standing applause. How did the students take it? How do you all feel? I can't hear you. Are you hungry? It's been really a fantastic session since morning. And of course, the interaction session too, owing to lack of time, we are not able to take more questions from you. There is so much of food for thought that has gone into our brains. We have become more wiser, I'm sure. And there should also be some food for the stomach. Let's fight for another 5 more minutes. It is time to gratefully thank the panel chaired by Dr. Sridhar Krishnaswamy. I request Consul General and Mr. Padmanabhan, Mrs. Padmanabhan to come together and give them a memento, a token of gratitude from all of us. Please give them a big hand. Doctor, yeah, please. To Dr. Sridhar Krishnaswamy, the chairman of the session. Fantastic job, Dr. Sridhar. Please stay on. To Commodore Orders Vasan, excellent, sir. To Dr. Uma Maheshwari. To Dr. Swasti Rao. To Dr. Ito Toru, who's not with us, but who's been online, who gave a fantastic speech. Let me have Dr. Ito Toru full. Yes, he is there. Dr. Ito Toru, this is your memento. Camera, please focus. Focus, camera. Sir, CG once more, sorry. You focus on his name and face, yeah? Thank you, Dr. Ito Toru. We gratefully acknowledge your participation online. Your memento will reach you through Dr. Horimoto. Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful session. Please join us for lunch. And then we have another brilliant session. Equally or more, I don't know. You have to tell me at the end of it. And you have made my position very difficult because fortunately or unfortunately, I have to present the concluding remarks. Thank you. Please join us for lunch. May I have your attention, please? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, we had a wonderful session this morning. Overwhelming response from students and faculty. We expect to have the same kind or even more an interaction. Either you must be, because you were asking so many questions and that we couldn't go ahead because of lunch and things like that. There are two possibilities. One, you might doze off after a heavy meal. Or you might have a lot of queries in your mind which you had left behind in the morning session. Whatever it may be, we are going to give little more time in the afternoon session for you to ask questions and interact with the speakers. Let's start the meeting. This is our second session, and the theme being Dimensions of Economy and Communication in Indo-Pacific. We have in this session today, Dr. Horimoto Takenori, Mr. Emma Murugappan, Dr. Sanjay Baru, Mr. Nakayama Yukihide, and Mr. Ravi. May I request distinguished speakers to kindly come up the stage, please. You're comfortable? The distinguished speakers this afternoon need no introduction, but I deem it a great privilege to introduce. And some of you have listened to Dr. Horimoto yesterday, so you all know who he is. But for the sake of others who were not present yesterday for the inaugural session, let me briefly introduce Dr. Horimoto. Dr. Horimoto is going to speak about peace and stability of Indo-Pacific region. What would be the function? Sorry, he has already done it in the first session. I'm sorry. Horimoto did his MA Political Science in the Delhi University and PhD in the Japanese University in Security Studies. He is a visiting professor at the Gifu Women's University and a senior fellow of the Center for Contemporary Indian Studies of Japan-India Association called JIA Tokyo. He has served as a professor at Chobe University Graduate School, project professor of Kyoto University Graduate School. He served as Director General of the Research and Legislative Reference Bureau of the National Diet Library of Japan. He's participated in several study committees, groups, projects organized by various ministries, think tanks, and universities. He is a specialist in contemporary international politics with emphasis on Indo-Pacific, India-US, India-China, and Japan-India. He has to his credit 163 articles in books and periodicals and has made innumerable lectures and presentations. Professor Horimoto has authored and edited 16 books. And his latest book in 2021 is India, Tomorrow's Third Great Power, Pursuing a Foreign Policy of, I quote, Strategic Autonomy. With this brief introduction, let's welcome Dr. Horimoto. The next, we have a galaxy of speakers. I have great pleasure in presenting Mr. M. Murugappan to the august audience. Mr. Murugappan is the fourth generation member of the Murugappa family. He was the executive chairman of the Murugappa Group Corporate Advisory Board from February 2018 until 2020 of November. Mr. Murugappan now serves as the chairman of the Carborundum Universal Limited, a constituent company of the Murugappa Group. He also chairs the board of Cholamandalam Mitsui Sumitomo General Insurance Company and also Murugappa Water Technology Solutions. Mr. Murugappan is an independent director on the board of CN Limited, Hyderabad, and Carson Cumberbatch of Sri Lanka. He served on the board of governors of IIT Madras for 6 years till November 2011 and has enabled many industry academy partnerships. He now serves on the board of IIT Madras Research Park and is a mentor to many companies incubated there. As trustee of the group's AMM Foundation, he is actively involved in the development of various citizenship initiatives, particularly in education, healthcare, performing arts, and sports. Mr. Murugappan holds a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering from the AC College of Technology, University of Madras, and a master's in science degree also in chemical engineering from the University of Michigan, USA. I have great pleasure in presenting Mr. Murugappan and welcoming him to this meeting. Mr. Murugappan, a warm welcome to you, Mr. Murugappan. It's with great pleasure I present Dr. Sanjaya Baru, a distinguished fellow at the United Services Institution of India. It's called USI. He's been editor of India's major financial newspapers and was media advisor to Prime Minister Manmohan Singh from 2004 to 2009. He was director for Geoeconomics and Strategy, International Institute of Strategic Studies, London, from 2011 to 16, and Secretary General, Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, called FICCI, from 2017 to 2018. He is a founder trustee, Forum for National Security Studies, and was member of India's National Security Advisory Board from 1999 till 2001. He was member of the governing board of the Center for Policy Research and visiting professor, Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, Singapore, and Indian School of Public Policy, Delhi. He was professor of economics at University of Hyderabad and Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations. He was also member India-ASEAN Eminent Persons Group 2010. He is an independent director on the board of Workhard Limited. His publications include The Strategic Consequences of India Economic Rise in 2006, India and the World, Essays on Geoeconomics and Foreign Policy 2016, The Accidental Prime Minister, The Making and Unmaking of Mr. Manmohan Singh 2014, How P.V. Narasimha Rao Made History in 2016, Power Shifts and Trade Blocks, editor in 2015, The Bombay Plan, a blueprint for economic resurgence. Beyond COVID's Shadow, Mapping Indian Economy's Resurgence, as editor in 2020. India's Power Elite, Caste, Class, and a Cultural Revolution, which is a part of Penguin publication, 2021. The New Cold War, Henry Kissinger and the Rise of China in 2021. We're extremely happy to have you with us, Dr. Baru. Please give me a break. We have with us today Mr. Yukihide Nakayama, and I'm very happy to present him to the august audience. Mr. Nakayama is the Director General of the Japan External Trade Organization called JETRO, who came to Chennai in 2019 as Deputy Director General, only to become the Director General in 2020. Mr. Nakayama joined JETRO in 2004 and in 2008 went on to become Director of the Economic Section of the Taipei Office of Interchange Association, Japan. In 2015, he became the Director JETRO in New Delhi and member of Japan Plus DIPP, a Government of India initiative. Mr. Nakayama has a Faculty of Letters in Chinese Literature from Keio University, a Master's in Asia-Pacific Studies from National Chengchi University of Taiwan, and a Master's in Public Policy from Kyoto University of Japan. A warm welcome to you, Nakayama-san. I'm extremely happy and privileged to present Mr. N. Ravi to the august audience. Mr. Ravi is the chairman of Kasturi & Sons, the holding company of the Hindu group of newspapers. He was earlier the editor-in-chief of the Hindu and chairman of the board of Press Trust of India India's premier news agency, and was president of the Editors of Guild in India. He is the chairman of the India chapter of the International Press Institute and has been a member of the executive board of the International Press Institute, Vienna. Mr. Ravi is currently chairman of the Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan's Chennai Kendra. He was a member of the National Integration Council, Government of India, and from 2006 to 2008 of the National Security Advisory Board. He has a master's degree in economics, a degree in law, and has won several academic awards, including a gold medal in constitutional and international law. He was a fellow at the Harvard Law School in 2000 and Shorenstein Fellow at the Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University in 2004. In 2013, he was a visiting fellow at the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism at St. Anthony's College, Oxford University. He joined the Hindu in 1972, served as a reporter, leader writer, Washington correspondent, deputy editor, and associated editor. He was editor from 1991 to 2011 and editor-in-chief from October 2013 to January 2015. He's covered several international conferences and traveled with prime ministers and presidents all over the world for the international summits. His special area of interest in writing include constitutional and political issues, economic policy, international economy, free speech and human rights, and India-US relations. He is the recipient of several professional awards, including the G.K. Reddy Memorial Award and Bread Role Model Award, and was awarded an honorary doctorate by the Sri Venkateswara University in Tirupati. A warm welcome to you, Mr. Ravi. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With this brief introduction of our distinguished guests, I now hand over the forum to Dr. Horimoto Takenori, who would give a brief introduction about today's afternoon session theme. And he's going to be the chairman who will moderate the session. I leave it to Dr. Horimoto.
Thank you, Suna-san. And then I have to disclose a secret story. Just before going up to this dais, she asked me to give a brief explanation about this second session. I was so amazed. What shall I say? Is that fair? Anyway, that is only 2 minutes. So I'd like to say 2 points. One point is this composition, the constitution of this conference is now to be divided in 2 parts. The morning session is about the security and power politics and strategic things and so on. And then in this second session, this is economy, mainly concerned about economy. That means to say the basis of the first session. And this economic aspect is very important and one of the key factors which combine the two countries in the years to come as in the past. So in this sense, I am very sure the 4 presenters are very distinguished people to present this kind of topics in this session. So I am not going to introduce anyone as she has done already. So I'll go straight forward to the session as such. So the first speaker is Mr. M.M. Murappan. He is going to speak role of Japan in the development of the India and economic development of India and Japan. Please, Mr. Murappan, please.
Dr. Morimoto, fellow panelists, Chairman of the IJCCI, Mr. Kumar, Consul General Taga-san, Secretary, Madam Suguna Ramurthy, speakers, of the previous sessions, students, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the honor, IGCCI, for allowing me to share a few thoughts relative to what we see from trade and commerce. So what you will see apart from policy that we've been listening to yesterday, and I'm sure that this morning's session also covered, ultimately, it all moves to a certain economic dimension. And so my focus today will be largely in terms of trade and industry. And in this, my colleagues and I, Aditya Sabarish, and Aditya is there in the room, we tried to put together what we thought the importance of Japan in the development of Asia and India in particular. And I'm sure that you will view this in the dimension of strategic cooperation between Japan and India. But I must show you the kind of outcome and what has happened and the important role that Japan has played and continues to play in India, and the possible opportunities that India and Japan have together from a trade and commerce perspective. So this is the brief construct of my presentation. Fundamentally, we talk about the Japanese economic miracle. I think this is all known to people in different dimensions in this room. We have students to very experienced policymakers, journalists, so people dealing in people with academic backgrounds. Then, of course, there's also Japan's contribution to the world, Japan, the economy of Asia, how Japan has played a role in the economies of Asia, as also its role in India. And perhaps at the end, we talk about the opportunities that Japan and India have together. And I call this the Japanese economic miracle, because if you see from just after the war to what has happened to today, and you see the gray charts, the bar charts, you can see how the nominal GDP has grown from then to now, despite some of the shocks that they have gone through. And this is indeed amazing as to what Japan has been able to do. And you continue with this growth story, and how does it see it today? If you look at it, it's the third largest GDP in the world, its wealth, and also its investment in terms of foreign direct investment and the assistance provided. And this is the kind of thing. So it's amazing what you have seen. A country ravaged by war has been able to, over these years, develop into one of the strongest economies in the world. And if you take the contribution of Japan to the world, and it's largely through ODA, and please correct me, any of you who are familiar with the Japanese economic information, both in terms of policy and otherwise. But what's very interesting is that this is the ODA, the world, and Japan has progressively grown. And although it's maybe short of what the UN target may be, but it's still significant. And you can see the kind of recipients in Asia, India also being a significant recipient in Asia. So Japan has contributed considerably to some of the emerging economies like Bangladesh and the economies that have had difficulties through their internal conflicts. And this assistance, it's largely provided through JICA. And what are the categories in which it's provided? Finance and investment, technical cooperation, and grants. And if we go a little more granular into this, just in terms of financial investment and cooperation, the largest recipient of this has been Asia. So you can well see what the role Japan has played in Asia and continues to play in Asia. And if you look at the sectors in which such investment and cooperation has gone, is largely into transportation, so largely infrastructure, and program loans. And program loans essentially are loans which are given to countries in order to reset their economies. I'm just trying to distill it into one sentence. Of course, there are many things involved in the program loans in terms of the Asian Development Bank, etc. But it's done to reset their economies and put it on a more even keel. But this is the kind of things that Japan has provided in this sector. If you look at technical cooperation, again, a recipient, significant recipient has been Asia. And what are the sectors? It's been into various sectors in terms of public works and utilities, human resources, etc., healthcare. So Japan's support through technical cooperation has been through in various segments. And these are grants that have been provided by Japan, again, a significant recipient being Asia. So what is this Asian economy? If you just take a look at the map of Asia, this is in brief what Asia is all about from an economic standpoint. And if you see the economies of Asia, what has been the success stories in Asia? One, we spoke about the Japanese economic miracle, and then economic reforms in China, the four Asian tigers, Hong Kong, Singapore, South Korea, and Taiwan, and the emerging tiger cubs in Asia. So the ASEAN region itself has been a recipient of Japanese benevolence and support. And if you look at the GDP of Asia, of course, China is by far the largest, Japan and India, Korea are following suit. And if you look at the regional GDP in Asia, it's more East Asia, followed by South Asia. But what are the challenges that Asia is having? And I'm sure the other speakers are much more knowledgeable to comment on this. And there are internal conflicts, geopolitical tensions, risk to human rights, environmental deterioration. And this, I think, is important because I'm talking to an audience which is really the future of our country. And particularly, we need to keep watch on this. And so if you take Japan's role in Asia, it's been immense, as I have stated through statistics, all through Asia, whether it's Southeast Asia, Central Asia, also South Asia. It's been a lot of it to do with improving access to basic human needs, transportation, which is essentially improving connectivity, etc. And in certain parts of Asia, it's human resource development, and in certain parts relative to the more focus on connectivity and also climate change measures. And if you look at FDI from Japan in the ASEAN, it has grown significantly. The compounded annual growth rate is 13%. Where has it gone? It has gone to financial insurance, transportation, machinery, and a whole host of areas. And if you look at in 2020, it accounted for 12% of the total FDI inflows into the ASEAN region. And so what has happened in the post-pandemic area? What's happened in the post-pandemic area? And one of the things that the pandemic has taught us, whether it's in India or elsewhere in the world, is to how to make our supply chains resilient. From an industry perspective, doesn't matter where we are in the world, and India in particular there's been a huge change in terms of making our supply chains resilient. Japan has played or continues to play a very significant role. Of course, digital innovation has also a green energy transition. And we see this pan out in most parts of the world, India included. Further, Japan has been working with research collaborations in all these areas, particularly on energy. And as you see, and there is continuous research going on, and India and Japan have reiterated the clean energy partnership. Going further, dwelling on this, sustainability, which is so important to the world as our natural resources get depleted. And we pledged, India and Japan have pledged to strengthen cooperation in this area. And of late, there's also been a lot more active focus on food processing. So as we look at the supply chain, what happens is that a lot of trade flows happen in Asia, and clearly leveraging the ASEAN region, which is quite a large maritime region, as a logistics hub has become very important, and Japan has been involved with many strategic partnerships between India and Japan, in Indonesia, and these are just a few, saying that even if these are developing countries, Japan does recognize the need for developing the ASEAN region as a logistics hub. And dwelling on this further, it's the connectivity initiative. And we saw this even in the kind of ODA that was provided through JICA. Transportation and connectivity was the major areas that it went to. And consequently, Japan has also been involved in developing the port infrastructure. So what is Japan's role in India? Japan's investments in India cover many areas, but one area that we all know and we probably all use in terms of automotive, cars or two-wheelers, etc. So there's a huge investment in automotive. There's also investment in the services sector, metallurgy, drugs and pharmaceuticals. As an example, I will talk about a little later. And these are the sectors where Indian companies have attracted investments from Japan, and Japanese companies have also invested in India, considering the large domestic market that we have. And if we look at some of the recent investments in India on automotive, electronic systems, green energy, etc., and these are some of the, just a sampling of the investments that we have seen. But if you look at the Indian trade scenario with Japan, between India and Japan, the exports of India is about 4.4 billion, but we import about 10.9 billion. So there is a huge gap, and this will need to be addressed, and it is possible to address this rather than let the gap widen. And what are the challenges here? There are many challenges here. Although we, as two countries, we have sought a review, I mean, India has sought a review of the comprehensive economic partnership. And an example of this is, if you take a preferential tariff regime, and I think other speakers on policy matters will be able to dwell on this further. If we take the preferential tariff regime, we do not have as India as much a preferential tariff as other countries do. So this is an area that India has sought a review. Of course, Japan has free trade agreements with many other countries, and I'm sure these are being discussed at the policy level, because it's not just free trade agreement. They have to discuss this in the light of a more comprehensive economic geopolitical policy. And what happens is we have improved in our ease of doing business, we as India, but it's not good enough relative to the world. And naturally, Japan has also sought greater improvement in ease of doing business. The last item in terms of clearance and approval, etc., is part of ease of doing business. And where are the areas Japanese have provided the assistance to us? Again, transportation, agriculture, water supply, etc., basically for civic community. And we see that it's been predominantly in the area of infrastructure. And what are the opportunities? So there is a lot of goodwill between our two countries. There's a tremendous friendship and cooperation at the government level, particularly between our prime ministers and over a period of time. But if you look, can India be leveraged for human capital? And this is a question it is always talked about in terms of statistical numbers. But if you take Japan, they have greater longevity. They have a greater aging population. Whereas in India, we are fairly young, a young population. Is there an opportunity here between trying to leverage this opportunity? This is broad statistics, but I think there is an opportunity. What is that opportunity? Large workforce. We also have a large domestic market of 1.3 billion people, high aspirations, people like yourselves in the room, definitely with high aspirations. And clearly, I think there is a tremendous opportunity in terms of India. Now, what are the opportunities for Japan? They can expand their scale of business and look at new business areas. Although statistically it shows that the wages in India are much lower than Japan or China, but it needs to be looked at in terms of wages and productivity and discipline. Being in industry, some of us know it's not a question just of the unit wage, but wages, productivity, and discipline. Similarly, India's policies in recent times do attract much greater investment. And this is to be seen. We have new policies on production-linked incentives, etc. And therefore, I think in the future, as we cooperate as two countries, there is greater opportunity still. Can India be leveraged as a global supplier? And I believe it can. With the recent happenings in China, we can already see in industry, there is an intent. There is an intent to develop India as an alternative. Is it happening fast enough? The answer is no. Where is the difficulty? I think the difficulty is on all sides. There's a difficulty with industry. There's a difficulty with policymakers, both at the state and center. And we need that will, the determination, the investment to go forward. Businesses do require returns on investment. It cannot be only one way. And therefore, this is something that is being talked about quite a lot. There's already investments taking place. And I think next 3 to 5 years will tell across all these industries in India, be it large-scale electronics manufacturing, automotive components, specialty steels, white goods, drugs, etc. There will be definitely greater investment in India, and hopefully this will augur well for greater cooperation between our two countries. So essentially, India can make for the world. And Japan, with this kind of footprint it has over the years, which has developed systematically through its investment and through its trading companies. I'm just giving you an example because of late, many of the trading companies in India are sourcing from India for the world. They are not sourcing for Japan. And this is a welcome change. And this is something that perhaps can be enhanced in the future. I'm just looking at pharmaceuticals as one particular area. And if you see pharmaceuticals, India is predominantly a generic manufacturer. Now, can we be a generic manufacturer for the world? And Japan also has a strong pharmaceutical industry. And can we work together to do a lot more in this industry for the world? So in conclusion, what I believe is that these changes in globalization, and this has also been further accentuated by the pandemic. It's been accentuated by the depletion of natural resources, the focus on energy and environment. All this put together, I think we have a lot of opportunities between India and Japan. Japan is financially very strong. India has a good labor capital, good human resource capital rather than labor capital. And there will be a market opportunity because we are a large market which cannot be ignored. And Japan's continued assistance across Asia will be very useful and rather indispensable because all of us have aspirations to grow, improve livelihoods. And we do appreciate very much Japan's assistance, but I think Japan has not leveraged India enough. And I think we can do so together if there is a will to do so. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muragappan. I'm sorry that it is quite difficult for me to learn South Indian name because it is very short vowel. Anyway, and I am sure that he provided us very various aspects of the Indian economy in terms of this region, Asia as well. And I'm sure that many persons here would like to ask you immediately a question, but we are going one by one. Please keep in mind all questions what you would like to ask him later. Okay. Now the second speaker is Mr. Dr. Sanjaya Baru, and he is speaking on India's economic policy, diplomacy, and political economy of Indo-Pacific. By the way, I came to know him through his book, Accidental Prime Minister, and he was excellent in contents and the way of writing. I was so amazed. Immediately went through that. So please, I'm expecting greatly in your presentation. Please.
Next one. No, I don't want this. How do I change it? What are you doing? Where are my slides? Chart 2 inge irukku. Sorry about this. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, they put the cover up on latest book. Thank you. That's a commercial before the lecture. All of you are advised to buy the book. Horimoto-san, arigato. Thank you very much for those kind words. And to my friend Taga-san for inviting me to Chennai. I've known him now for more than 20 years, and therefore it's a pleasure to be here. I must also begin by thanking Mr. Murugappan for preceding me because he has presented to you a comprehensive and an excellent account of the bilateral kind of economic relationship as well as Japan's significance for India and Asia. So I'm not going to go over that. I actually had a written text which could be made available to everybody later on. I'm not going to read out from the text because after listening to a lot of the proceedings today,
I have some new ideas, which I will share with all of you. So I will depart a bit from my text. First and foremost, as Horimoto-san explained to us, the morning session was about the Indo-Pacific, the current kind of geopolitical context within which this conference has been organized by the India-Japan Chamber of Commerce in Chennai. So quite understandably, we are looking at the world as it is today, the kind of challenges that we are facing within the context of the global big power kind of rivalries, and the relevance of Japan for India within the Indo-Pacific. It's an understandable framework to begin to look at Japan today. But I would like to submit to you, particularly because there are so many students here of international relations, and many of you have asked very bright questions this morning, that it would be wrong for India and Japan to look at each other through the prism of either the Indo-Pacific or the Asia-Pacific or international relations. That is the wrong starting point. Because the significance of Japan for India and India for Japan is built on the relevance of the Japanese experience for India's development. The person who understood this first in 1898 was Swami Vivekananda, who traveled to Japan and on a ship from Tokyo to the US, where he was going to deliver his very famous address to the Parliament of Religions, which all of you would have heard of. He wrote an essay on Japan, in which he drew India's attention to the rise of Japan in the 19th century, after the Meiji Restoration. The phenomenal rise of Japan. No other country in the world had experienced that kind of transformation that Meiji Japan experienced. And Vivekananda was drawing attention to that. His visit was followed, he went in 1896. His visit was followed in 1898 by Mokshaguna Vishvesvaraya. I wonder how many of you know who Vishvesvaraya was? The first engineer to get a Bharat Ratna. The man who built the Krishna Rajasagar Dam, right? The founder of the Indian Institution of Engineers. And he wrote an essay after visiting Japan, and he gave a slogan to the national movement: industrialize or perish, learn from Japan. Then went Rabindranath Tagore, and he wrote a lyrical essay, which I just will quote one para from. Modern Japan has come out of the immemorial East like a lotus blossoming in easy grace, all the while keeping its firm hold upon the profound depth from which it has sprung. It has also fearlessly claimed all the gifts of the modern age for herself. She has shown her bold spirit in breaking through the confinements of habit, useless accumulations of the lazy mind, seeking safety in its thrift, in its locks and keys. This it is which has given heart to the rest of Asia. Japan inspired Asia. It's Asia's first industrial nation. It's the first Asian country that defeated a European country, namely Russia, in 1905. All of that influence in the Indian national movement. So I begin with the first proposition that let us stop looking at Japan from the point of view of our problem with China, from the point of view of our problem in Indian Ocean or the Indo-Pacific, or the role of the United States or of Australia. That is all for international relations scholars. For those of us who seek India's development, Japan presents itself as a source of great inspiration from which there is much to learn and much to benefit, as Mr. Murugappan has shown. This has to be a synergy of two great Asian nations, because there is no other country in Asia of the kind of capability that Japan has, with which we have no problem. There is no territorial dispute. There is no geopolitical rivalry. Here are two countries at two ends, the bookends of Asia, that are capable of building each other, helping each other, strengthening each other without threatening each other. And that's an extremely important fact, because in the ASEAN region, there are lots of complications. This session is not about that, but whether it's Malaysia or Indonesia or even Singapore, there are far too many complications. The only other country I can think of which is on par with Japan as far as India is concerned is Vietnam. In a geostrategic and a geoeconomic sense. But Japan is far ahead of Vietnam and therefore far more important. The second point I would make is, earlier, I don't know if Mr. Ito-san is listening to this session from Tokyo, but even he, like so many other Indians, history begins with Prime Minister Abe and Prime Minister Modi. Everybody quotes both these prime ministers in talking about the bilateral relationship. For me, actually, the history begins with Prime Minister Koizumi and Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. And that is where I show you this one box. This is a record of high-level bilateral visits, which includes top cabinet ministers, Prime Minister, Defense Minister, Foreign Minister, Trade Minister. The entire decade of the 1980s, 5 visits from Japan to India, 10 visits from India to Japan. The entire decade of the 90s, 4 visits from Japan to India, 14 visits from India to Japan. In other words, India did not figure very much in the mind space of the top political leadership of Japan through the 80s and 90s. It is really in 2004 that there's a fundamental shift, an enormous transition, as you can see, in the 5 years, 2004 to 2009, Manmohan Singh's first term, 25 high-level visits from Japan to India and 32 from India to Japan. And then that continues, 20, 26, 22, 21. In other words, there's a fundamental shift happening in that period. And it begins with the Koizumi-Manmohan Singh meeting in Tokyo in 2005, in which they defined what was called the eightfold initiative for the bilateral relationship. And let me read out this eightfold initiative. 1, enhanced and upgraded dialogue architecture, including strengthening of the momentum of high-level exchanges, launching of a high-level strategic dialogue, and full utilization of the existing dialogue mechanism. 2, comprehensive economic engagement through expansion of trade in goods and services, investment flows, and other areas of economic cooperation, and exploration of a Japan-India economic partnership agreement. 3, enhanced security dialogue and cooperation. 4, science and technology initiative. 5, cultural and academic initiatives and strengthening of people-to-people contacts to raise the visibility and profile of one country in the other. 6, cooperation in ushering in a new Asian era. 7, cooperation in the United Nations and other international organizations, including cooperation for the early realization of UN reforms, particularly the UN Security Council. And 8, cooperation in responding to global challenges and opportunities. They launched what was then called a strategic and global partnership. I emphasize this because so much of the current discussion in the Indo-Pacific context is about Asia and Indo-Pacific. But the initiative launched in 2005 was of a bilateral relationship in a global context. And I think that is extremely important to emphasize that both Japan and India, as potential members of the UN Security Council, seeking reform of the UN system, seek a global role, and very legitimately so. Japan being Asia's first industrial nation, a torchbearer, those of you who are students of economics will have heard the flying geese model. The flying geese model, as you know, flying geese go in an inverted V shape. They fly. The goose in the front, which kind of shows the path, was Japan. And then followed Taiwan and Korea and Singapore and Hong Kong and Malaysia and Indonesia and China and India. That's the formation in which the front guy was Japan. So Asia's rise, which so many of us these days think of China as Asia's rise. No, nonsense. It is Japan that triggered Asia's rise. It began the end of European colonialism. which is why, as I was telling my friend Dr. Swasti Rao, I don't see any legitimate role for Europe in Indo-Pacific. They're an imperialist power. They arrived here as conquerors, as exploiters. They took slave labor out of Indo-Pacific to their islands in Africa and in the Atlantic to build their plantations. They ruined and destroyed the ecology of the entire region. Please read Amitav Ghosh's latest book, The Nutmeg's Curse, which documents in systematic detail the ecological destruction of Asia by Europeans. So Europeans have no legitimate claim for any role in the Indo-Pacific, while it is Japan and India that do. Finally, let me add, and that I'll come to this last. The two points and I'll stop. One, why did Manmohan Singh give the kind of attention that he did to Japan in his first term? Why was the Koizumi Singh a joint statement crafted? The first official institutional effort at building a bilateral relationship focused on development, on industrial development, was undertaken in 1980 when the governments of Japan and India, Prime Minister Indira Gandhi in India, and if I'm not mistaken, either Nakasone or his predecessor in Japan, set up the India-Japan Study Committee. The Indian chairman of the India-Japan Study Committee was Dr. Manmohan Singh. The Japanese chairman was, I think, Saburo Okita, if I'm not mistaken. And Dr. Okita and Dr. Singh put together the top brains of both countries and produced a book. It is available, it should be available in a library in Chennai. I know it's in Delhi. You look at that book, the proceedings of the first meeting of the Indo-Japan Study Committee on the bilateral relationship. The focus is entirely on the bilateral economic relationship. What Japan can do in building India, what India can do in benefiting from Japan's assistance. Why did nothing happen? Because I can tell you, I used to be an editor of newspaper in the 1990s. For the entire period of the 1990s, Japan was focused on China. It took enormous effort on our part to get Japanese businessmen and political leaders to look at India. And that is where I pay tribute to diplomats like Taga-san, who played that role to alter thinking. I remember going to Tokyo in '98, Taga-san was reminding me that he was there at that time after the nuclear tests, when Japan didn't impose sanctions, took economic measures. And we had to convince Japan as to why they should come to accept India's nuclear status. But it took a lot of effort to convince Japan, don't invest in China. China was the single largest recipient of Japanese aid till 2004. Till 2004. It is only after Manmohan Singh's visit in 2005 that the balance shifted in India's favor. And the effort that has had to be made, India is not an easy country to do business in, but others started coming in. The Koreans were nowhere. There was not a single Korean brand in the Indian market in 1992 when I first visited Korea. Not a single Korean brand. And I'm not exaggerating. Today, I don't think there's anybody in this hall who does not have a Korean brand either at home or at work, whether it's an air conditioner or a washing machine or a car or whatever, right? The Koreans arrived and took the space that was left for them by Japan. Finally, let me come to this last slide. What has been the consequence of all of this? The neglect of India by Japan for a long, long time. It has meant that last year, in 2021, when the Observer Research Foundation in Delhi undertook a foreign policy survey, which I assume would have been among the foreign policy community of diplomats and journalists and researchers, and asked the question, which is the most trusted country and which is the most distrusted country? I don't know if you can see those numbers at the back, but let me just read them out. Number 1 comes United States, number 2, Australia, number 3, Russia, number 4, Britain, and Japan was at number 5. While what I am suggesting is that intuitively, Japan should be number 1. Because essentially there is no issue that should contribute to any distrust, except, as I said, the long period of Japanese focus on China, during which period we were a little worried, why is it that Japan is feeding the monster that one day will challenge it? And that's exactly what we used to tell the Americans. This book which has been mentioned, I have an essay in this book called The Selling of America, and how American business was bribing American politicians to change American laws to suit Chinese business. If you see that essay, after the Tiananmen Square incident, 1988, when the US blacklisted China because of the human rights violations in Tiananmen Square, American business, including people like Henry Kissinger, lobbied the US Congress to lift all the sanctions against China, and further lobbied the United States Congress to admit China into World Trade Organization in 1998. Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton were funded during their election by Chinese business. So the kind of political role that China played in the domestic politics of the US, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not familiar with domestic politics of Japan. But I think finally Japan and the US have woken up to the China challenge. But let me conclude by saying that it is not China that ought to be bringing us together. It is not the threat from China or inspiration from the US. I attended a India-Japan dialogue about 10 years back, funded by an American think tank. We don't want others to become interlocutors for us. I think we need to have a direct relationship, and I compliment Sugunaji and the Indian Chamber of Commerce in Chennai for taking the initiative to bring this relationship into a genuinely bilateral one. I'm glad to see we don't have any Americans in this room, which is a very good thing.
Thank you very much. Sanjay-san, thank you very much. This is just like a book launch. But at the same time, he has cited so many interesting facts and interesting view historically also. And in that sense, I think he has stimulated many speakers to come, as well as the audiences who are going to ask a question later. Now, the third speaker is Nakayama Yukihide. He's speaking on outlook on the Japan's investment in India postgraduate. And may I say a very few words? You may not be so familiar with JETRO. And I have no relation with JETRO. According to my impression, there is an office in Chennai means JETRO regarded in this region is very prosperous, very expecting. That's why this office has been opened up in this place. So in that case, in the sense that he may give us very good outlook for this region, not only for this region, but all these southern region also. Please, Nakaya-san.
Yeah, thank you very much. So it will take time for opening the presentations, right? Sorry. Okay, yes, fine. Thank you. Yes. So distinguished guests and honorable speakers, and warm regard to the IGCCI and Council General Mr. Taga for invitation and having the very precious opportunity today. My presentation is slightly different with other speakers because my presentation consists of the concrete examples because I paid attention. Today the student also attended the majority as a majority. So my viewpoint is 7 years Japanese expatriate living in India, and I don't talk about the big pictures like the distinguished speakers like Bunrakapan and Dr. Sanjeevar. It is the content of my presentations. My presentation consists of the examples mainly and the three sectors. The first sector is during pandemic period. How about the Japanese investment and Japanese companies situation in India, especially in South India, Chennai? And the second sector is changes in Japanese investment trend post-pandemic. So every days, in my office is the Japan trade centers. That's why from Japan and the Japanese company, existing Japanese companies called to my offices and sending the email to me, asking about the Japanese investment situation and the business situations in Chennai. That is why, based on this information and based on these queries, I just noticed the changes in Japanese investment trend post-pandemic. I want to explain this in second chapter. And the third section is a future prospect of Japanese investment. This is a prediction of my personal predictions about the Japanese investment in India, especially in South India. Let's go on. It is a brief introduction of our organization, JETRO. JETRO is a Japan External Trade Organization, Japanese government-related organization, originally established in 1958. JETRO has more than 50 domestic Japanese offices and more than 70 international offices in 55 countries. JETRO also has 5 offices in India and in New Delhi, Ahmedabad, Mumbai, Bangalore, and Chennai. And the JETRO Chennai's activities like this, these 3 activities we provide. First, support potential Japanese companies to expand their businesses to South India. Second, support existing Japanese companies in South India. Third, support South Indian companies to invest in Japan. In pandemic period, second and third had been our main activity during these past 2 years. But past pandemic, I expect first to be the main focus areas. So number 3 is, I think for Indian companies and Indian peoples, it is interesting our activities. If IGCCI's members, Indian companies are interested in investing in Japan, please feel free to contact with JETRO. And from here, I'd like to introduce what's the Japanese company situation during pandemic. Firstly, I want to explain the industry-wise clarification of the Japanese company in India. This is the data of the 2020, and the ratio of manufacturing company is almost 50% as Japanese companies in India. The number of the Japanese company didn't change in 2019 and 2020. And it is a location-wise presence of the Japanese companies in India. 1,455 Japanese company, and location site basis, approximately 5,000 Japanese companies were located in India as of October 2020. As I explained in the previous slide, manufacturing sector as a Japanese company is 50%. It shows anchor company as a Japanese manufacturing sector. It is very important in thinking of the Japanese company's number. The anchor company means in the dictionary shows is a company that has a key position due to their size and the connection to the global market in the regional economy through their interaction with suppliers and other companies in the region. The dictionary shows like this. So for example, in this slide, in this map, the anchor company is For example, Maruti Suzuki or Nissan or Yamaha, it's fit to the anchor company as a Japanese company in this map. In regional wise, the Delhi, Haryana, Maharashtra, and Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, there are so many Japanese companies located in these 5 areas. It's also connected with the anchor companies because Delhi and Haryana is a base of the Maruti Suzuki. That is why the small and medium Japanese auto component and material company already invested in Delhi and Haryana for supplying to Maruti Suzuki. And on the other hand, Tamil Nadu also have the big Japanese companies numbers. It is a small and medium companies numbers increased in Tamil Nadu for supplying to Nissan and Yamaha mainly. So thinking about the number of the Japanese company in India, so Japanese companies investment mainly manufacturing sector. That is why we have to think about the anchor company in each area. From here, I want to explain what is the changes after post-pandemic. The Japanese company have some of the changes post-pandemic. So firstly, from the viewpoint of the investment, I want to explain. After that, what is the manufacturing hub changes, I want to explain later. The first point is enhanced focus on supply chain with ASEAN countries. Under the period of the pandemic, some of the manufacturing production, it stopped in ASEAN countries as well as in India. In ASEAN countries, the Japanese company gradually noticed in pandemic period, only one manufacturing hub is just a little bit risky. So after pandemic, Japanese companies started to think about 2 manufacturing hubs in Asian area in different area. That is why now they are thinking of India as another one manufacturing hub. So, for example, the big Japanese manufacturing companies already having the manufacturing hub in Vietnam, Indonesia, or Malaysia. That's type of the company now discussing, and internally they are thinking about setting up manufacturing hub in India, especially in South India. This is an example of the spotlight on manufacturing, spotlight on South India as a manufacturing hub. As you are aware, Daikin, this is a big air conditioning manufacturing companies. They announced they set up factory in Srishti, and their production will start from 2024. Related Japanese suppliers are also considering investment in South India. As I mentioned previously, Daikin is also anchor company. That is why small and medium Japanese suppliers will come to surrounding Daikin, and investment are expected. This is a Srishti in Andhra Pradesh, just near to the border of the Tamil Nadu. And this is a Origins Industrial Park, Origins Chennai. It's also private industrial park managed by Japanese developer Sumitomo Corporation and Mahindra Corporation. It only takes 30 minutes by car to 1 hour by car. That's why after Daikin came to Andhra Pradesh, after Daikin comes to Andhra Pradesh, surrounding Srishti and Origins in the private industrial park, in that area, small and Japanese company might invest. And this is a supplement figures on thinking of the spotlight on South India as manufacturing hub. It is a Japanese company's number only in Tamil Nadu state. Number of Japanese business establishment decreased during pandemic. After 2019 and 2020, the number of the Japanese company itself in Tamil Nadu it decreased. But sector-wise speaking, the automobile company numbers it's reduced. On the other hand, machinery and electronic companies number is still same. in the lockdown period in 2019 and 2020. It means some diversification might happen of Japanese company in South India. So one of the factors why many Japanese companies are focusing on South India and South India, why South India attract Japanese investment now? So one of the factors is private industrial parks. Private industrial parks are convenient for Japanese companies to set up factories. And so far, private industrial parks developed by Japanese companies are only exist in Tamil Nadu state. The origins Chennai, Mount Chennai, so this Mazasan. These three private industrial park is managed by Japanese company and only in exist in Tamil Nadu as a Japanese company's private industrial park. Why private industrial park is attract private industrial park attract Japanese companies? Because the Japanese companies interacting with the state government it is a very tough job for Japanese expatriate. That's why just interacting and communicating with developers. The developer also Japanese private park is a Japanese expatriate located. Communicating with the Japanese and that Japanese developers interact with the state government. It is very convenient for Japanese company. That is why many Japanese companies now focusing on Tamil Nadu for investment area. This is one of the factors. And from the viewpoint of the export, South India is very active of Japanese company. Some Japanese companies have started considering South India as an export hub post-pandemic. This is an example of Nissan. Nissan's hub is located in South India in Tamil Nadu. New SUV vehicle Magnite, as you know, it is Magnite is exported from South India to 15 countries surrounding India, such as African countries. So Magnite has some short stories. In the pandemic period, the Nissan's Japanese expatriate, they returned from South India to Japan. At the timing, the Indian technician and engineer started to design the new car. It was Magnite. And that's the Indian designed new car had a big sales, recorded big sales in India. That's why Indian technicians and designers are proud of exporting this car from the India to foreign countries. So I would like to say that Magnite is a product that just produced under the pandemic period. And Daikin, as I mentioned previously, also producing the air conditioners. It's also, they plan to export air conditioning machines from South India to African countries. On the left side, this is some of the logistic model change under pandemic period. Before pandemic, this is an example of the one Japanese machinery company's assembly. Before pandemic, this company assembled all of their machines in Japan and exported to all over the world. But during the pandemic period, the logistic disrupted and they cannot use the usual logistic model. That is why during the pandemic period, for exportation to European country, as well as African country, they firstly assembled their component in India and assembled in India and started to export from India to European country as well as India, African countries. It is a new logistic model. After pandemic period, now also they utilizing these models. And due to the pandemic, the new logistic model started in these companies. Yeah. Until now, this is some of the changes in Japanese companies' investment trend post-pandemic. In the final, I want to explain what is the potential businesses cooperating with the Japanese companies. deeper focus on DX, digital transformation, and related sector in India. It is now Japanese companies' interest. DX is adaptation of digital technology by company, it means. Especially large Japanese enterprises hope to utilize digital transformation related technologies as well as human talent in India. And India is one of the most promising countries in this sector for Japanese company. Why Japanese company started interested in India? Before pandemic period, of course, Japanese company are interested in India for utilizing the digital transformation companies as well as human talent. But please see this tables, 2021. Indians unicorn as a number of the Indian unicorns company by year under pandemic period, 2021, suddenly increased the number of the unicorn company in India. It is one of the factors Japanese company, especially big companies, started to discuss utilizing the Indian companies more and more in this sector. Japanese government, METI, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, also have announced supporting programs for supporting Japanese company to utilize and collaborating with Indian companies in digital transformation divisions. Now, 18 Japanese companies are registered for registered in this project and programs for collaborating their businesses with Indian. I want to say the Japanese government also want to support in this division. Finally, I want to explain as my private opinions, what is other potential areas for cooperation between Japanese companies and Indian companies? The business is based on the cooperation between Japan and India, and it is my personal opinions. I feel Japanese companies have good technologies and advantages in healthcare section and these areas shown in the slide. And there is a possibility of cooperation between India and Japan and Japanese and Indian companies. Healthcare sector is regarded as more important post-pandemic. Indian people also realize that nothing is more important than good health in thinking of some diseases and sicknesses, such as diabetes. And the prevention of diabetes is quite important because complete cure is very difficult in diabetes disease. And these type of the illnesses are very difficult to complete cure. As you are aware, some Japanese food materials are and diseases are good in preventing these lifestyle-related illnesses. And some Japanese companies also have good technologies and know-how to prepare, control daily healthy dishes and delivery every day. This type of Japanese company know-how may satisfy recent Indian people's demand post-pandemic. In healthcare sector, Japanese companies also have unique medical equipment. For example, Japanese companies have advanced in smaller size testing machines in medical sector. For example, a Japanese medical company provides smaller size of the blood testing machine, which have not been provided by European and US companies. And its price is more reasonable. Smaller and more reasonable testing machines have possibility to be introduced in medium and small villages in India. I feel possibilities. Also, Japanese endoscope, such as produced by company named Olympus, is very advanced and used for checking stomach and large bowel. On the other hand, Indian doctors tend to go to European countries or US in their young age for training because they can communicate in English in these countries. It is very rare that Indian doctors come to Japan for trainings. It resulted in Indian doctors are not familiar with Japanese medical equipment. But I think Japanese unique medical equipment have potential in India. Especially now, as I mentioned before, more Indian people are focusing on health issue. Occasionally, the Fujifilm set up full body health checkup center in Bangalore. It was shown like this. Its name is Nura. Their basic service cost 15,000 Indian rupees and seem to be expensive, but it is very elaborate and advanced scanning service utilizing AI technology also. Same type of full body health checkup costs triple in Japan. Especially early detection of sickness and illnesses result in reduction of the treatment of cost. So I feel this service and the price are very reasonable. Japan also have advanced cold chain technology, and it is also important in India too. Now in India, there is some limitation in carrying fresh product such as eggs, meat, and vegetables, and so on. On the transportation of medical related items to another city, cold chain is also important. Introduction of cold chain system will result in reducing waste of fresh items and very efficient in India, I believe. Japan also has advantage in food packaging area. Once you observe several Japanese food packages, you will understand it soon. Especially Japanese food packages are easy to be cut by hands. Japanese companies and know-how may contribute in energy sector in solving shortage of the power supply, as well as reducing electric price in India. In 2021, Osaka Gas announced to launch city gas enterprises in South India. If earliest, it will start within 2022. Actually speaking, shortage of power supply is also a headache to Japanese companies in India too. I expect Osaka Gas's project will contribute to solve the problems of Japanese company in India. In India, in addition, as you are aware, Japan has advantage in manufacturing sector. It means manufacturing system is also developed in Japan, while IT systems themselves are more advanced in India. Japanese MES may contribute in keeping the production schedule on time, as well as administrating production more precisely. Utilizing of Japanese MES may contribute in developing manufacturing level in India. It is very important in thinking of exportation from India because some countries require higher standard and certificate for importing product from foreign countries. Today also has good technology. Japan also has a good technology in EV battery sector. So the number 7 EV battery related technology also I think has the potential in India, cooperating with Japanese company. So that's all. Thank you very much for my presentation, for listening.
Thank you very much, Nakayama-san. And then when the young generation people speak about the potentiality of India, from the such young person like him, might be carry more heavy weight and possibility of that. Thank you very much. And then the last speaker is Mr. N. Ravi. He is going to speak on role of media and India's engagement in the Indo-Pacific. In a sense, I have been subscribing the Hindu in the past 20 years, but recently, e-paper I'm subscribing. That is cheaper. But in that sense, N. Ravi, this Hindu is my information guru. And in that sense, as a result, he is my guru. So please. Please, before starting his presentation, please think over your questions to be asked. After his session presentation, we'll go into the Q&A session. Please think it over, particularly younger generation behind the scene. Okay?
Good afternoon. Let me first thank Consul General Taga, Mr. Kumar, Mr. Imbi Ahmed, Ms. Suguna Ramurthy, and the IJCCI for organizing this wonderfully enriching program. Sitting in on the previous panel chaired by Dr. Sridhar Krishnaswamy with presentations by Professor Uma Maheshwari, Commodore Vasan, Dr. Swasti Rao, and Professor Ito enhanced my understanding of India-Japan relations and its strategic outlook manifold. And in this panel, I'm overwhelmed by the expertise, the strategic and foreign policy expertise of Professor Horimoto and Dr. Sanjay Baru, and the economic insights of Mr. Murugappan and Mr. Takayama. However, my apprehensions are partly mollified by the presence of my long-term friends, Mr. Murugappan and Dr. Sanjay Baru. As the last speaker, I should normally feel apprehensive that the others had covered all the ground there is left. However, in my innocence, I can, of course, frame the issues in my own way. Perhaps I can address perceptions on the India-Japan partnership over the years, rather than engage in analysis and prescriptions. With experts such as Professor Horimoto on the panel, that is so far as I could venture. Let me start with Professor Horimoto's early analysis. Through his familiarity, through his numerous visits to Delhi and interaction with policymakers and strategy policy experts in both Japan and India, Professor Horimoto has spoken of the different periods in the history of India-Japan relations. He has characterized the first period until the early 1990s as one of mutual incompatibility. This was in large part due to their differing foreign policy orientations and differing economic ideology. Japan was firmly in the American camp during the period of the Cold War, with the US security guarantees and the nuclear umbrella. India, on the other hand, was following the policy of non-alignment that was interpreted in the West and in Japan as being pro-Soviet. India's dependence on Soviet support in the United Nations and its dependence on Soviet arms supplies gave its policy a pronounced pro-Soviet tilt. This was brought out most strongly during the Bangladesh crisis of 1971, when the warnings from the United States loomed large, the presence of the aircraft carrier Enterprise and the task force of the 7th Fleet in the Bay of Bengal. The Soviet Union had provided India some security assurances by bringing in 2 of its attack submarines and 2 ships to the Bay of Bengal, shadowing the US fleet. The other aspect of mutual incompatibility was the ideological differences. India was a closed economy with Soviet-style planning, focusing on import substitution rather than trade with the outside world. Japan, in contrast, was an open economy with a growing private industry exporting to the world. The public perception in India, this period of mutual incompatibility was largely one of what I would call benign neglect, with pressing domestic economic issues, including food shortages, and a foreign policy focused on Pakistan and China. Economic relations, most significant of which was Japanese overseas development assistance, marked India-Japan ties in this period. There were also cultural exchanges and the beginnings of Japanese investment, including most famously the entry of Suzuki into collaboration with Maruti in 1981. There were, of course, a few flashes of friendship, oft repeated respect for ancient cultures, shared cultural and religious traditions of Buddhism since the time of Bodhisattva's journey to Japan in the 8th century. The writings and admiration of, as Dr. Sanjay Babu pointed out, of Vivekananda and Rabindranath Tagore, the relationship of Subhash Chandra Bose to Japan, and so on. This was also a period of quiet satisfaction with the ties. It is only with the benefit of hindsight and the current state of special strategic and global partnership that the lost opportunities of the early period come through. Let me digress a bit to what I consider an important aspect of India-Japan relations, which is friendliness and courtesy. The 18th century philosopher Montesquieu wrote famously that commerce softens manners. He said, and I quote, "Commerce is a cure for the most destructive prejudices, for it is almost a general rule that wherever we find agreeable manners, there commerce flourishes, and that wherever there's commerce, there we meet with agreeable manners. Let us not be astonished then if our manners are now less savage than formerly. Commerce has everywhere diffused a knowledge of the manners of all nations. These are compared with one another, and from this comparison arise the greatest advantages." This was Montesquieu. This may not always be applicable. For instance, China has perhaps the largest trading network globally, but its relations with other nations can hardly be termed pleasant, as Montesquieu assumed. However, this is definitely true of India and Japan, where disagreements had never led to strong rhetoric, much less to near breakdown of relations. As Dr. Babu pointed out, India and Japan have neither rivalry nor disputes. The relations have always been marked by a courtesy and a desire to sidestep deeply divisive issues for the moment and to seek to address them at the appropriate time. The desire to solve problems rather than aggravate them by argument has been a marked feature of the friendship. There was, of course, a fund of goodwill even during the period when relations were largely dormant. For instance, Justice Radha Binod Pal a judge of the Calcutta High Court, who was part of the Tokyo War Crimes Tribunal, was the only member who voted to acquit the Japanese leaders who were charged with war crimes, arguing that it would be victor's justice. His role was widely appreciated in Japan, even as he stood on the losing side. Again, symbolic of the friendship was the gift of an elephant to Japan by Nehru that caught the popular imagination in Japan. Such goodwill, however, did not lead to a deeper engagement. The media continued to focus on Pakistan, on China, on the United States, and the Soviet Union. There was, of course, some interest in Japan. I could say that the Hindu, for instance, had the legendary correspondent K.V. Narayan in Tokyo since the 1940s until his retirement in 1995. There were similar initiatives, but they were few and far between. This tendency towards polite and courteous exchanges rather than rhetorical exercises has been carried forward from the early period to the present. Even disagreements were expressed without rancor and with an understanding of each other's positions. This came to the fore in the aftermath of the 1998 Pokhran nuclear explosions that stunned the Japanese. Japanese ODA was cut off and India was under sanctions, even as the Japanese government made it clear that as a country that had been a victim of nuclear weapons, its policy was a total opposition to nuclear weapons. The Indian reply in substance was that India lived in an insecure and quite a dangerous environment, while Japan was under the American nuclear umbrella. We saw this politeness most recently in the way the contrasting approaches of India and Japan to the Ukraine war have been addressed. On this issue, Japan is firmly on the side of the US and Europe and has taken a strong stand. I quote from the Japanese Foreign Ministry statement, "The killing of a large number of innocent civilians by Russian forces in Ukraine is a grave breach of international humanitarian law and war crimes. It is absolutely unacceptable, and Japan vehemently condemns it. The truth about these atrocities must be uncovered, and Russia must be held strictly accountable for war crimes." This is the statement of the Japanese government. India's stand on Ukraine is based more on self-interest than on principled opposition to war or invasion. Thus, India has not even named, much less condemned Russia for the invasion, but has stressed the inviolability of sovereignty and integrity of nations and the importance of settling disputes through negotiations and in maintaining world peace. Indian External Affairs Minister Jaishankar was most forthright when he spoke very recently at the Raisina dialogue and pointed out that the West did not respond with the same sense of concern during several crises in Asia, as for instance in Afghanistan. Without referring directly to the problem on the India-China border, he went on to say, when the rules-based order was under challenge in Asia, the advice we got from Europe was do more trade. The latest United Nations Security Council resolution passed unanimously supports the efforts of the Secretary General for the peaceful resolution of the conflict. It's interesting to see how these divergent views were handled in the joint statement issued after the meeting of Prime Minister Modi with Japanese Prime Minister Kishida on March 19th and 20th in New Delhi. Reflecting the Japanese position, the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs put out a statement which said, and I quote, "Prime Minister Kishida strongly condemned Russia's aggression against Ukraine, and as it clearly violates international law. On the other hand, the joint statement issued at the end of the summit reflected India's minimalist position. The joint statement said the prime ministers expressed their serious concerns about the ongoing conflict and humanitarian crisis in Ukraine and assessed its broader implications, particularly for the Indo-Pacific region. They emphasized that the contemporary global order has been built on the UN Charter, international law, and respect for sovereignty and integrity of states, and so on. So this joint statement itself reflected India's minimal position rather than the strong condemnation of Japan. Going back again, after the digression, to the development of India-Japan relations, India's economic liberalization of 1991 marked the beginnings of its takeoff, though, as Dr. Sanjay Boru pointed out, the real takeoff came after the Manmohan Singh Koizumi meeting in 2005. Even before this period, Japan's reputation as an industrial powerhouse has been growing in the 1970s and 1980s. And as Mr. Murugapan pointed out, the Japanese economic miracle had caught the imagination of many people, both in India and even particularly in management schools in the United States. The period of India's ideological shift in 1991 also saw a marked shift in its foreign policy, particularly after the breakup of the Soviet Union, moving it closer to the United States and the West. The 1990s were also a period when most countries were seeking to redefine their foreign policy goals for the post-Cold War period. This was also the beginnings of India's Look East policy that turned attention to Japan, Southeast Asia, and later to Japan. For India, while closer ties with the United States would have meant a total reversal of policy, closer ties with Japan, with which India had no disputes or no strong disagreements, were free of such complications. The earlier dormant phase of the relationships, high-level visits and summits were few and far between. There could be a gap of a decade or more separating prime ministerial visits. Indira Gandhi's visit to Japan in 1969 came 10 years after the visit of the Japanese Prime Minister to New Delhi. It was a measure of how much the relationship has traversed since that the two countries have moved to annual prime ministerial summits since 2006. The holding of the 2+2 meetings of foreign ministers and defense ministers is a measure of the widening and deepening of the engagement. India-Japan ties, the most recent period, have been described as the fastest growing relationship in Asia. Japanese Prime Minister Modi's visit to New Delhi proved to be the decisive turning point when the two countries established a global partnership. This was transformed in 2006 to a strategic and global partnership and upgraded in 2018 to a special strategic and global partnership. The vision statement issued after the visit of Prime Minister Modi to Japan in 2018 stated, Prime Minister Modi recognized that India-Japan relations had been transformed into a partnership with great substance and purpose and is a cornerstone of India's Act East policy. While the relationship has become multidimensional, the economic aspects remains the cornerstone of the relationship and an area that has been receiving the maximum focus in summits. within the economic sphere, Japanese investment has replaced ODA as the main driver. The 3.5 trillion yen Japanese investment target set in 2014 has been achieved this year. And at the March summit, the two prime ministers set a further target of 5 trillion Japanese yen to be realized in the next 5 years. Many of the aspects of the economic relationship have been addressed by Mr. Murugappan and Mr. Takayama, and I need dwell on those. China continues to provide the backdrop for the more recent evolution of the relationship in both the economic and the strategic spheres. The uncertainty over supplies from China following the disruption of supply chains and possible denial of supplies has spurred both the countries to develop alternative sources of supply. While there has not been any large-scale move out of China as yet, the beginnings of diversification to countries of Southeast Asia and to India are visible. Defense and strategic ties, once unthinkable in both Japan and in India, are growing substantially. For India that has a blue water navy, maritime security in the Indo-Pacific is a matter of deep interest. In the earlier panel in the morning, we had a detailed discussion of the Indo-Pacific and the Quad. Given China's suspicion, it voiced fierce opposition to the Quad, comprising the 4 countries, as a gang up against it, and as an Indo-Pacific NATO. Both Japan and India have to walk a thin line. There has been a strengthening of bilateral agreements rather than multilateral forays by both India and Japan. Quad is somewhat of an exception. It had a hesitant start. Quad 1 virtually collapsed and Quad 2 was restarted. And we are looking to the outcome of the next Quad summit in Tokyo on May 24th. And I would suggest the outcome would largely be based on 3 factors. One would be the balance of concerns and interests of the various countries. For instance, India would be more focused on the Indo-Pacific region as such. And Japan, both on the Indo-Pacific and on the South China Sea. Again, the United States would be focused on both these areas. And Australia would also be focused only on the Indo-Pacific as a broad region rather than South China Sea as such. Again, coming to terrorism, this would be of deep concern to India, not so much to Japan or to Australia, but India, followed by the United States, would view terrorism as a matter of deep concern. And then the other aspect would be the China factor. How these countries, how much these countries are willing to, how far these countries are willing to go, even in the teeth of Chinese opposition, in risking Chinese strategic actions elsewhere. This is, of course, a very thin line. And here, possibly, United States marks the maximalist position and India the minimalist. So somewhere in between could be a compromise that could be arrived at. Then there is to be considered the reaction of other countries, mainly the ASEAN and Russia. The ASEAN would be quite nervous of any increased Chinese belligerence in the region. sparked by the Quad. And of course, Russia, which, as Dr. Babu pointed out, is also an Asian power with and with interest in the Indo-Pacific. We still don't know how Russia would react if Quad were to be strengthened with more of a defense and strategic ties. Right now, there's a distraction of Ukraine, but after Ukraine is probably settled or stalled in some way, we don't know what Russia's reaction could be. Wiser minds in the morning have speculated on what could be the outcome. I'm just laying out what the factors that need to be considered would be. Actually, in coming back to India-Japan ties, economic relationship has continued to be the centerpiece of this relationship. And the traditional friendship and courtesy have enabled both the countries to navigate any differences that have arisen over strategic and perception issues. So once again, let me thank the IJCCI and this wonderful audience for listening to me patiently at the end of a long day.
Thank you very much. And based on various experiences, information, and so on. Now, from now on, it is floor is open and Q&A session. And then please raise your hand and then specify the particular person to whom you ask. And then please precise in your question to that person. So floor is open now. Please, anyone, raise your hand to ask the presenter to ask a question. Yes.
Okay, so I think then I'm representing the younger generation, at the back. Okay. Well, I think I don't need to introduce myself, but yeah, I would like to, ask a question to Dr. Baru and also sort of share, like a certain observation, which is that, you mentioned that Europeans have no place in the Indo-Pacific, and you seem to have carried that logic from their imperial past, of course. But, see, Europe is an economy of about 1.8 trillion. If you add UK's to it, it becomes more than 20 trillion, okay? Sorry, 18 trillion, and becomes 20 trillion. The population is about 500 million. India is 1.2 billion people, an economy which is inching towards 3 trillion. I mean, how on earth can the cooperation between the two based on selfish, so to say, mutual interests, which is like selfish pretty much, will not make sense. If Europeans are looking at Indo-Pacific and if Japan and India are cooperating with them, it is based on mutual interests and not with an idea to sort of enable them to relive their imperial past. I think that would be really a very different context. So that's one. And the other thing that I would like to talk about and also ask, I think everybody here, and especially the panel right now, is that I think there is also a tendency to overdo this natural friendship between India and Japan, because the truth be told that, well, of course, we are natural partners, we need complementarities, but there are certain things, which is that our bilateral trade has not yet crossed 20 billion mark ever. We reached at an 18 point some billion in 2019, and then it again dwindled back to about 11 billion, 12 billion, like that. I mean, if you compare it, this is the trade we had with Germany is more than that. The trade we have with France has been more than that. So all I'm saying is that, and then this is when we already have an FTA with Japan. So this is something that I think that we need to kind of address more directly. That's one. And the other thing is also in terms of defense cooperation. You see, there's been a long-standing aircraft, order that we had placed for the Shinmaiwa company in Japan, and they were supposed to give us about 12 amphibious aircraft carriers, which has still not come. So all I'm saying is that even when we sort of talk so much about the natural friendship between India and Japan, which is obvious, I think we still need to look at complementarities, and those complementarities are not necessarily mutually exclusive. I mean, there's this China factor, there's a natural friendship, there's our interest in the Indo-Pacific, our interest in the Arctic. That's all. Thank you. The question was to Dr. Baru, and then about India and Japan, I think anybody can take it up.
First of all, I agree with your proposition of your second and third point about the need for greater cooperation or business. And as I was saying during the lunch break, we heard Dr. Ito in the earlier session say that Japan was not yet ready to sell submarines to India because of concerns about secret technology and intellectual property, etc. On the other hand, Japan is unhappy that India is remained silent on Ukraine. So I was saying that if we have no option but to buy from Russia, then why criticize us for being pro-Russia? You sell submarine to us, the submarines we have are from Russia. So I think that that's a message we give to US, for example, on Russian oil. They don't want us to buy oil. Well, the Americans are not willing to sell the same oil at the same price. So countries that worry about our relationship with Russia should be able to match Russia. So on your second point, I agree with you. On your first question, look, see, there's a difference between saying that Europe and Asia are interlinked economically. Europe has an interest in security and stability in Asia because of its economic links with Asia. There are supply chains, etc., etc. That's a different argument from saying that Europe has a legitimate stake in Indo-Pacific because we are here. Those two different arguments. I question the second argument. When the French say, oh, we are an Indo-Pacific power because we have 5 territories here, what the hell, you're an imperial power. And those fellows have not thrown you out. We threw out the British. We threw out the French. We threw out the Portuguese. We Asians threw out the Europeans. So the argument that we are an Indo-Pacific power because we control territories is what I'm questioning. But to say that we have a stake in Indo-Pacific security, stability, because we have economic interests which are mutually beneficial, I have no problem with that. The same thing with Diogo Garcia. When the United States is there in Indian Ocean, why? The Argentinians threw the British out of Falklands, and Britain went to war to keep Falklands. These are all imperial powers, and imperialism has not gone away.
Yeah. There is India-Japan Comprehensive Economic Partnership. No, sir, this is equal to what she said. India-Japan Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. Number of items can be imported duty-free in India. There's, I would say, 60 to 80% ignorance in India about that partnership agreement. We did a study for one of our clients to import a machinery from Germany, which would have entailed certain amount of duty. So we were contemplating going for an EPCG scheme where you export, there is no duty. And it comes with a lot of tax. Then we found similar machine, same technology, offered at a lesser price and no duty. So instead of going for an EPC scheme, my client is a manufacturer. That knowledge is not available to many. That's exactly the point where the trade is not going up. Thank you.
Just one question to Mr. Ravi. You have recommended that both Japan and India are in a position to walk a thin line because of the Quad challenges. So I would like to differ on this and say it's only the kind of passivity that we've demonstrated since 2007 that led us to this kind of a situation where we are always trying to defer to China. So I think time has come where we have to say that we are united. They're going to challenge in the maritime domain so that you are under pressure. I don't see why we have to again worry about what China will think just because we are in Quad and we are trying to look at alternative supply chains or vaccine diplomacy or science and technology. So there are a lot of things that Quad is trying to do. So why should we worry about how China feels about Quad? Initially, they said Quad will just burst like a bubble. They're so worried today. Every day they're talking about Quad.
Thank you. That's because I'm not, as you know, I'm not a strategic policy expert or the foreign relations expert. I can only say that from what I've gathered, what I've read, and from the statements made, the Quad really, one of the main purposes of Quad is to safeguard the Indo-Pacific. Against whom? The main target as perceived by China and possibly the real target of the Quad could be Chinese expansionism. So to say that it's not aimed at China or that we shouldn't be worried about how China reacts would be impractical. Because, China, not just the elephant in the room, it's the real antagonist to the Quad. I don't know what the others might be.
No, he's right. I mean, it's one thing to say that a shared concern about China has made us all come together. But at the same time, we should be alive to Chinese reaction. How can we not be alive to that? Are we in a position on our own to deal with it? Those are the questions we should ask ourselves. You want to provoke the dragon. Are you in a position to deal with that? The reality, sir, is the Chinese are sitting on what you claim is our territory, and I've taught you a lesson. We have not been able to respond. I mean, I don't want to be quoted if there's any journalist in this room. Unnecessary controversy. But the fact is, we have not been able to respond. No one else will come to your rescue to claim your territory back. You think the United States or Japan or Australia will help you to reclaim the territory we have lost to China? Sorry, you have lost the territory. You reclaim the territory. And the reason you lost the territory is the Chinese are teaching you a lesson like 62. So we have to be worried. That doesn't mean that we don't build strategic partnerships with others. We should, and we are doing. We have relationships that help us in the long run. But for every step you take, you have to balance it with other measures.
Yes, thank you. And how about the backbencher? Yes, you are not the middle bencher. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, respected panelists and everyone present for your enlightment session. So my question is to Sir Nakayama, and this question is from a student's perspective. So the question, sir, is, does JETRO have any future plans in terms of areas and avenues for Japanese economic activity in the northeastern parts of India? Since Korean Wave created cultural impact in the northeast India, so can we expect any economic and social contribution by Japan in the northeast region? Since you've talked about the Japan investment in South India, so I wanted to ask also about the northern part of India. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. As I explained, JETRO's present role is supporting the Japanese companies' investment as well as supporting existing Japanese companies in India. So we are focusing on the big investment area and big potential area from the viewpoint of the Japanese companies. And because our employees are also limited, that's why we are focusing on the, normally speaking, big cities in India. So far, I feel sorry to say, in Northeast, we don't have any so much activities in North India. Sorry.
Hello, my name is Darimio. I am from the Northeast. I'm a Loyola student. My question is, in the Northeast, Korean movie is very popular. Soft power. Korean soft power is very popular. But we are very friendly with the Japanese. We feel very at home with them, but I don't see that much of cultural influence in the Northeastern states. And this question is to any of the Japanese panelists. And another question is to our Sanjay Baru. For the past 70 years, Northeast of India is considered as a corridor towards the other South Asian countries. Besides territorial boundary, Northeast India is also a landmass which is connected to other countries. Why there is no much of investment for the past so many years till this present day?
Power. Why? The first question was on why not enough Japanese soft power in terms of TV, television, and cinema in India. Maybe somebody could answer. On the second question, you see, first of all, there has been a long-term neglect of large parts of the country, not just the Northeast. The whole of the North has been, right? But all the way through Bihar, UP, Bengal, through the Northeast. If you see historical data, I don't want to give you a classroom lecture. If you see historical data from 1890 till now, that is 130 years. The western and southern parts of the country have always developed more than the northern and eastern parts. That's historical data. So down from Delhi, Punjab, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh is the developed part of the country. Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Bengal, Assam, Northeast have been the backward regions. So there's a contiguity of backwardness and development which is historic. So I would not say that only one part of the country is back, but Northeast, I agree with you, the infrastructure required to link it to ASEAN region has started only recently. And that is precisely where Japan and India are working. When I was Secretary General of FICCI, we had a Northeast Summit in Imphal, where we had delegates from Japan, from the embassy in Delhi, from Tokyo, from embassies in Dhaka, and there were many of us from Delhi had gone, including a minister and a large number of Indian business. We had a major business summit. So I can take some credit for having organized that to show the economic needs of the region and how India and Japan can work together. And I believe from whatever I've seen in the media that is going on, that there's a joint investment program for infrastructure. And infrastructure is the first step, because unless you improve connectivity, by which I mean road connectivity within the region, air connectivity to the region, and connectivity across through Bangladesh. Recently, I don't know if you saw the news report that Bangladesh and India have entered into an agreement for Chittagong port to be the entry port for the northeastern region. So now direct connectivity from the port, from the sea to the region through Bangladesh. All these are recent, in the last 5 years, essentially. So hopefully this will all improve the Northeast region's links to the rest of ASEAN and make that the engine of growth for the region. That's the way which we should look at.
I am not a presenter here, but I just make a small comment. Since 2018 to 2020, 2 years project has been done on the connectivity of northeastern region, done by the Institute of Economy in Tokyo. And then I have joined one of the members and visited so many places in northeastern region. And then actually seen the infrastructures, connectivities, how the people's perception about the development of this region. But always coming to picture, in my mind, in my impression is, personal impression is, there's some very delicate area in terms of strategically speaking, in terms of ethnic composition also. So this is, and of course, not needed to say, they're quite near to the Tibetan and China region. So this is very tricky, at the same time, very sensitive area. So we have to, Japanese, I'm not a government official, but when I look them, they're very careful about how to implement the plan. So in that way, anyway, but basically it is necessary to make a major expansion in that area. And I think when I finished my project in that study, I thought it should be a part of BIMSTEC or something. Otherwise, it is go big way. Only bilateral development will not be smooth enough. Thank you. Yes, please.
I just commented feedback to the Japanese soft power. Yes, I also have some of the act. I also try to promote Japanese soft power. So, but I just show the figures in South India. South India is 4,000 Korean people, normally speaking, the expatriate live here, and 6,000 to 800 Japanese expatriate live here. So number is far different. So it is one of the factors. The Korean soft power is more popular in South India. But I also interested in the promotion of the Japanese comic and cartoon. Yes, that's why later I'd like to discuss what type of the comics and cartoon that you like. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to all of you. I'd like to direct my question to Dr. Baru. So do you think that India should adopt a more proactive foreign policy approach and not a reactionary one? Because conventionally, if you see India's obsession or New Delhi's obsession with India and Pakistan has kind of diverted her efforts towards other nations, and it's only been reactionary conventionally. So do you think India should become more proactive in terms of either economy or diplomacy, in any aspect for that matter? Should we be more proactive? Thank you, sir.
Well, I mean, yes, of course, we should be more proactive. There's no question about it. But without a strong economy, foreign policy becomes a lot of talk shops. So foreign policy is not about the number of joint agreements you sign. It's not about all the great speeches that Modi or Jaishankar make. It's about what kind of stakes do you create in your development for other nations. And those stakes can be only created through trade and people-to-people contact. There are three dimensions to bilateral relations: government to government, business to business, people to people. A lot of what we think of foreign policy is what you see in the newspapers is government to government. Oh, Modi meets Kishida and Modi meets Trump. That is G to G. But the real stuff is B2B and P2P. And I once wrote a paper trying to estimate, what are our G2G, P2P, B2B links. And it's a good thesis to work on, because that keeps changing. There are some countries with which our G2G is very high, like Russia. Russia is essentially G2G relationship, which many people don't understand. The whole world is surprised. Oh, India is not criticizing Russia, because they're not paying attention to G2G. On the other hand, our relationship with United States is essentially P2P and B2B. G2G is only recent after nuclear deal that Manmohan Singh signed. Only that began a government to government relationship with the US. Before that, there's hardly any, the zero defense link between India and the US before 2005, right? So G2G was minimal, but B2B and P2P were very high. So you can actually classify countries along the three. But the essence of bilateral relationship is B2B and P2P, not G2G.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, myself Srikanth from Madras University. Yeah, Mr. Nakayama has spoken about post-pandemic industrial growths. The manufacturing sector has attracted a lot of investments. It is good for the economy. But on the contrary, which in turn is affecting the environmental security in the Indo-Pacific. For example, the island nations like Kiribati, Tuvalu, and even Japan has also experienced a lot of sea level rise. Around 71 mm of sea level rise has been happened in 2021. What could be the stake of these island nations after island nations, and what are the perspectives on the panelists? Thank you.
Sorry, I cannot catch your questions. Sorry.
Yeah, what is the perspective on sea level rise, sir? Rising of sea level. Yeah. Yeah, it is an open question, not to one person. Yeah.
Sorry, give me the time to think about this. I respond later. Yes.
You'd asked about the impact on environment. Okay. Going forward, businesses or manufacturing entities or even countries, they will have to be environmentally conscious. If we are not environmentally conscious, what are we leaving for posterity? So most businesses you will see are focusing on this. Now, you may say that there are businesses in all parts of the world, India, China included, which are not necessarily conscious, because you do see issues of pollution, issues of greenhouse gases, global warming, climate change. And people believe that it's only for big business or countries, or I think it is important for each one of us as citizens. So if there is a citizen movement on what you see as something which is not proper, even if it's a small industry near you, you have to raise this. There's another matter. There is also regulation. Regulation will have to move out of the realms of being a potential money-making machine. And I'm saying this without any inhibition or fear. And it has to move out of that. Today, regulators at those levels do give industry a hard time. They do give industry a hard time. And for industry, these are investments which are not necessarily investments where there is a return. But we need to be conscious because of the future. So you will see more and more industry worldwide, India included, being focused on it. The regulator quite naturally will have to be focused on it. But it is also a citizens' movement. Now, coming to your question, all this impacts global warming. And if there are issues relative to oceans, their temperature, their sea level rise, etc. That will have to be taken on a more sort of a policy basis relative to how that can be restricted. So that is what is happening. So sometimes we miss the woods from the trees. And I'm glad you raised such a question.
Yes, as actual Japanese companies' activities, I cannot feedback to you so far in India, but it is also the Japanese company in the headquarter basis in Tokyo. Many Japanese big companies also discussing almost every day. That is why Japanese big companies located in Chennai also, whenever we meet, and in the meeting of the meeting between Japan among Japanese companies, so all of the people discussing about that type of the topics and the agenda. But actual activities are in the future, I think.
Perhaps after taking lunch, who? Raise your hand. You simply move the hand. Yeah, please, please.
I'm sorry, I'm not the panelist, but maybe 2 points. One is about the connectivity, or that our cooperation in northeastern states actually has started because very beginning, very important thing is connectivity, improvement of the land connectivity and connectivity for communication and those things. But at this moment, we have been cooperating for the last 5 years, and now we are moving not only this our cooperation on infrastructure development, but also some kind of business cooperation. These are discussed in that Northeastern Forum, that where my ambassador in New Delhi and the foreign secretary is a chair, and quite advancing these things. Of course, it's taking time, so gradually, but I think we can improve. And also, it's very important point is that connectivity is not just through chicken egg, but to this through Bangladesh, connectivity between northeastern states and Bangladesh, and through Bangladesh to Southeast Asian countries. These are also very important points. This is one thing. And another thing is that what I wanted to say was about environment issue or global warming. Of course, that if you see the joint statement of the Prime Minister Kishida's visit to India, of course, one part mentioned about how we cooperate to tackle with these things. So between two governments, we are discussing how to cooperate for these environment or global warming issues. And I know some Japanese company has an intention which have interest in that to green economy, or that to reduce emission thing. And so I think even the Japanese business also have very much interest, and I hope that some kind of joint venture can be done in India also in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any more questions? And otherwise, it is time for guillotine. Okay, thank you very much. Now, this is final closing remarks from Ms. Saguna-san, please.
Thank you, Professor Horimoto. It was really nice. Before I get into the concluding remarks, let me talk about SEPA. Pertinent question raised by Mr. Padmanabhan. It's like putting a big camel in a small tent. SEPA really started off very well at the beginning with exchange of information and the publicity and all that. but it has really fallen off because it has not been given that kind of due importance that it deserves. Both sides, both sides. So we need to take it up in a bigger way. Both government of Japan and government of India should work together. And in this aspect, it is not enough only if the governments do. It is more like economic bodies, the nodal organizations can come together, India and Japan, and work on SEPA. Indeed, I saw last week a message also from people that there is some survey going on about SEPA. So, you know, like the government wants to know why it's not taken off. So I think it is very, very appropriate to take up the SEPA issue and make sure that both ends benefit. It's a very good question. I would request Mr. Nakayama to help us out, because with JETRO, IJCCA can really do some work on SEPA. Okay. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming to the concluding aspect of the program. Last 2 days, we have been really having a nice thing. It's very difficult because all stalwarts spoke about various topics. I will try to do justice. It's been really wonderful symposium. We had the opportunity to hear from seasoned diplomats, national security, strategic experts, academics and journalists on various perceptions in the region, all about India-Japan relations in Indo-Pacific region. Starting off the program with Mr. Imbichammad, our president, he said the need of the hour of the symposium as the world was going through some tough and challenging time. It is a duty and the responsibility of every one of us to contribute to the best to arrive at proper solutions. Japan and India relations are value-based, deep-rooted, centuries, and it's very old democracies of Asia. Both are peace-loving and respect each other, and they do not disturb the neighboring countries. So the great powers have come together to establish peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. Our two leaders in Tokyo and New Delhi have come together to contribute safety, security, and prosperity for the Indo-Pacific region. This is what Mr. Imbichammad had to say. And the symposium is being held on the 70th anniversary of India-Japan diplomatic relations, is something which is very, very, very timely, appropriate, and meaningful, as it provided a good opportunity to discuss how Japan and India can cooperate more closely in the era of the Indo-Pacific, remarked Honorable Mr. Masayuki Taga, the Consul General of Japan in Chennai yesterday. Today, we are enjoying our strongest relations as special, strategic, and global partners based on the universal values of freedom, humanism, democracy, tolerance, and nonviolence, and working closely for a rule-based and inclusive world order that respects the sovereignty and integrity of the nations, ensuring freedom of navigation and overflight, as well as unimpeded lawful commerce, and seeks the peaceful resolution of disputes and full respect of legal and diplomatic process without resorting threat or use of force, the Consul General maintained. Time and again since 2007, the Prime Ministers of the two nations had reaffirmed strong commitment to the value-based partnership on achieving a free and open, prosperous Indo-Pacific region, besides underlying the fact that both India and Japan could play a central role in safeguarding and strengthening such a rule-based order, said Mr. Masayuki Taga. It may be a little premature to talk about the repercussions as a result of the Ukraine war, for the simple reason that the conflict is still going on, argued Dr. Horimoto Takenori yesterday, making the point that the goings on in the Ukraine did impact the Indo-Pacific. He interestingly made an observation that Pax Americana is slowly being challenged by China, striving for a Pax Sinica, even as it is difficult to make predictions of the evolving environment. But it's a matter of fact that of a decline in American national power, and the rapid emergence of China in the later half of the 20th century, managing peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific would depend on whether Washington and Beijing were able to shoulder all responsibilities. The concept of a free, open, inclusive, and democratic Indo-Pacific would necessarily involve some mechanism based on the principles of multilateralism, perhaps Quad Plus, to go beyond the United States, Japan, India, and Australia, and involve more like-minded countries, Dr. Takenori observed. A comprehensive picture of the strategic and political challenges of the Indo-Pacific was delivered by Mr. M.K. Narayanan, India's former National Security Advisor, a person with vast knowledge and sharp acumen on the changing dimensions of geopolitical and geostrategic environments and its impact on India, Japan, and the rest of the Asia Pacific. Ukraine, the learned speaker said at the outset that maintaining global peace and world order is proving to be increasingly difficult. And the rapid developments in South Asia, Central Asia, West Asia, and East Asia have only proved how the goal of peace and stability is increasingly becoming more and more elusive. Rivalries among countries and the surfacing of terror outfits have only cast a long shadow on the Asia Pacific. In East Asia, the distinguished speaker referred to the challenging status quo by China on different fronts: growing authoritarianism, threat to Taiwan, hindering maritime traffic in the South China Seas, and also the rising nuclear danger of North Korea. China, in short, is challenging the hitherto notion that the United States is a sole superpower. And with this, a nagging concern of nations in the region of the American commitment to the region. The Quad may be one of the direct outcomes to face the challenges of China, but even there does not seem to be a consensus of a common philosophy of how to counter Beijing. India and Japan are China's principal antagonists, argues Mr. Narayanan, and not without a good reason. Both countries have territorial disputes with that East Asian giant. But the positive outcome is that both New Delhi and Tokyo understand and recognize the criticality of a warm relationship, observed by Mr. Narayanan. Signing off with a vote of thanks, the chairman of IJCCI, Mr. Kumar, said that it was his privilege to have the last word of the evening, expressing the optimism that the symposium will make a difference and promote more free and open trade in the Indo-Pacific region. The then Prime Minister of Japan, Mr. Shinzo Abe, even in the year 2007, had talked about the region and had hoped for a dynamic coupling, the chairman observed. The discussions of the theme in the inaugural session undoubtedly paved the way for vigorous and enlightened exchange of views at the plenary sessions, the first of which was chaired by Dr. Sridhar Krishnaswamy, a former senior journalist of the Hindu in Singapore and Washington, setting the stage for a discussion on the political, security, and strategic dimensions of the Indo-Pacific. Dr. Krishnaswamy drew attention to the fact that the current Indo-Pacific security climate envelops a risky blend of nuclear distribution and unchecked arms control. There are several nuclear armed nations in this area. The United States is a massive military power that has the ability to flex its muscles in several areas at one time. Russia has a massive armory, including the largest inventory of nuclear weapons. China is rapidly modernizing its armed forces, including its nuclear arsenal. North Korea, a nation that is propelling its nuclear capacities despite global penalties, and the danger of territorial struggle among nuclear states, India and Pakistan. Also, that anything to do with the Indo-Pacific has to involve the United States, he observed. One of the crucial areas of the international relations and politics among nation states is that of alliances and alliance politics. But as Dr. Uma Maheshwari, in her discourse on managing alliances and friends, has brought about the critical components of what it takes to be in an alliance and what goes about to speak of successful alliances and partnerships, drawing attention to the Winston Churchill's famous comment at the time of Second World War that, I quote, "Only thing worse than having alliances was not having them," unquote. The drawing up of the alliances in the Second World War may not have measured up to the realities of post-war era and hence the demise of grand alliances. But the Cold War itself reflected in competing paradigms as reflected in the Yalta and Potsdam conferences between the United States and the erstwhile Soviet Union. In a contemporary perspective, Dr. Uma Maheshwari would seem to make the argument rather convincingly that what holds together alliances in the Indo-Pacific has more to do with a common denominator of meeting threats to not just democracies, but to challenges to rules-based order in the international system. Commodore Watson's thought-provoking discussion on rule-based order and security dimensions of free and open trade Pacific brings into focus the aspiration of China that would seem to have deviated from the set objectives and great helmsman, the president of China. In 1974, that pegged China to a rules-based international order, whereas its actions and behavior have left no doubt that China cares very little about rules-based order, which is prerequisite for security, stability, and encouragement for prosperity. It's only a matter of time before Beijing deploys its carrier battle group that would flex its muscles beyond its shores, including the Indian Ocean. The top strategic thinker of India said, the evolving dynamics in the Indo-Pacific are such that needs to take care of a careful look at what is changing, especially in the jockeying for space and power in this Pacific and Indian Oceans. A power play that would need to factor in economics and trade, along with aspirations of smaller but significant groupings in the Indo-Pacific, like the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN. Dr. Swasti Rao, presentations on India resolutions with the United States and Europe in the emerging dynamics of the Indo-Pacific and the imperative of strategizing the time to counter China was timely. In that, the scholar sought to outline the context of Europe's outreach to the Indo-Pacific against the backdrop of what is taking place in the Ukraine, as also in a realistic commitment of resources to protect vital security interests. Putin's war in Ukraine is clearly a historic turning point with far-reaching global implications that will reset the world order. Dr. Swasti Rao says, stressing that conflict and trust deficit will impact investment and trade, triggering a general retreat from international interdependence. Dr. Rao takes the position that enhanced European engagement is an established imperative, but that the answer to whether the war in Ukraine has slowed down cooperation in the Indo-Pacific cut both ways. To top it off on politics, security, and strategy in the Indo-Pacific was Professor Ito Toru's effectiveness of Indo-Japan cooperation in the Indo-Pacific and the Quad, where the author essentially makes the argument that India was not an enemy, but an estranged country during Cold War, and that the deepening strategic relations between Tokyo and New Delhi has come out as a result of the assertiveness of China, and that India's acceptance of the Indo-Pacific itself is because of the growing assertiveness of Beijing and its increasing influence in this region. The trial of the Quad may have been in 2007, but it was not until 2017 that Quad 2.0 formalized with all eyes now on the third summit meeting of the 4 leaders in Tokyo in the last week of May. However, The strengthening of the Quad framework has led China to dub the group as an Asian NATO. Professor Toru refers to the limitations of India-Japan cooperation, including the differences of Chinese aggression, Japan's constitutional and legal system, as well as India's traditional and close relationship with Russia. All this is not to forget the great potential in non-military cooperation that would include democratization and stabilization in India's neighborhoods. There is another dimension to India-Japan and the Indo-Pacific that was so eloquently discussed at the symposium: economic and communication in a region that is so vital to the global economy. Chaired by Professor Horimoto Takenori, Kifu Women's University speakers in his plenary exposed the other parts of the evolving relations between India and Japan. The economic and communications in the Indo-Pacific are necessary if bilateral and multilateral diplomacy is to take on more width and depth. In what was a brilliant exposition of the role of Japan in the development of India and Asia, Mr. M. Murugappan, a top industrialist in India from the Murugappa conglomerate, outlined the different facets of Japan's involvement in global affairs, its own economic miracle, contribution to the world, the economy of Asia, Japan's role in the continent in India, and finally, the opportunities for Japan and India. Mr. Murugappan pointed out that Japan is among the top 3 official development assistance ODA in the world in 2021. Contribution about US $17.6 billion. In the economics of Asia of 51 nations, success stories were the Japanese economic miracles, the rise of the 4 Asian tigers, the Chinese economic reforms, the economic liberalization of India, and the rise of the tiger cubs, Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, and the Philippines. On the other side, there were challenges as well, like internal conflict and instability, protectionism, geopolitical tensions, risk to human rights, and environmental deterioration. He also talked about the growing economic relations between India and Japan and how we can mutually benefit from each other, especially in the area of aging population of Japan. There were opportunities in India. The top industrialists maintained as in leverage in the country, the human resources capital, which I just said, is increasing the share of outsourcing in IT, financial services, expanding scale of present businesses, and entering new businesses, leveraging the country as a global supplier, as well as the realm of pharmaceuticals and generic drugs. Japan's continued development assistance across Asia will be indispensable for the future economic and social development of the region, Mr. Murugappan said. Dr. Sanjay Baru, a multifaceted specialist in diplomacy and foreign affairs, argued that it is necessary for India and Japan to peg bilateral relationship in a wider and mutually beneficial bilateral framework. Dr. Baru maintained, going on to bring out the broad contours of the present relationship to the travel of Swami Vivekananda to Japan in 1892, to be followed by the industrial giant Vishweshwaraya and Rabindranath Tagore. Japan's victory over Russia in 1905 inspired Indian national leadership, Dr. Baru says. To put it in another way, we seek Japan's friendship not merely because it is just another country within the Indo-Pacific, but because it is an inspirational Asian leader, the speaker argues. Dr. Baru forcefully makes the point that India-Japan relationship should be based on the extent bilateral synergies rather than the only Indo-Pacific framework. The synergy in the relationship derives from the demographic, economic, and technological structure of both countries, he says. It was nice to listen to Mr. Nakayama Yukihide In his presentation, he outlined the role of JETRO, the Japan External Trade Organization, the Japanese government-related organization established in 1958, now having its branches in nearly 60 countries with 5 offices in India. JETRO Chennai is focused on South India to support potential Japanese companies to expand their businesses, support existing Japanese companies, and support South Indian companies to invest in Japan. Striking in the data presented is the fact that when many overseas companies were rushing to leave during the pandemic, this was not the case with the Japanese companies. And in the post-pandemic phase, a spurt in Japanese investment are on the anvil. Not just major manufacturers, but related Japanese suppliers are also seriously pondering over to move into southern India. The Director General of JETRO Chennai made the point that private industrial parks are convenient for Japanese manufacturing companies. And as of now, this exists only in Tamil Nadu. The future prospects of Japanese investments in India look quite bright, Mr. Nakayama stressed. Pointing to the unique use of Japanese technologies in such areas as healthcare, food packaging, and energy are just a few to mention. Thank you, Mr. Nakayama, for the wonderful remark. And last but not the least, the fascinating two-day conference was also focused on the role of media, where Mr. N. Ravi spoke about the perceptions of the fast-growing relationship in the Asia. The chairman of Kasturi & Sons, which is the holding company of the internationally famed The Hindu, was the first in the family to represent the newspaper in Washington, D.C. And hence, the ability to have a first-hand view of the perceptions of Japan and India from an American perspective, that too at the peak of the Cold War. Mr. Ravi makes a point that even during the dormant state of relationship, there was a fund of goodwill for the Japanese. They never did forget the gestures of India, whether it was Justice Radha Binodpal being a sole judge who refused to convict the Japanese leaders and generals of war crimes during the Tokyo trials, or the gift of elephant by Jawaharlal Nehru. Such goodwill may not have led to a deeper engagement, but the tendency towards polite and courteous exchanges rather than rhetorical excesses has been carried forward from the early period to the present, the veteran observed. In recent times, the speaker argues, continues to provide the backdrop for the evolution of relationship in the economic and strategic spheres, but that given Beijing strong opposition to the Quad, New Delhi and Tokyo have to walk a thin line and a preference on strengthening bilateral agreements than in multilateral avenues. I think I could cover at least 10% of what these people said. And with this brief introduction, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to thank all of you for coming and participating in this symposium. We leave with the conviction that knowledge is a two-way street where everybody learns, irrespective of whether one is a speaker or a listener or even a participant. Hopefully, we have set the stage for some serious and soul-searching, and that we will come back in the very near future to once again talk about a vibrant and promising Indo-Pacific. But for the support of Consul General of Japan in Chennai, Honorable Mr. Masayuki Taga, this would not have been made possible. And I request all the ladies and gentlemen assembled here to give him a very big hand. It is really time to thank our panelists with a token of appreciation. Please join us in presenting them with a memento.
If possible, there is no informal proposition that you are the sort of sole organizer of this meeting. And in that sense, I'd like to clapping her as a token of our gratitude.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I may request Consul General to kindly present the memento with Mr. Srijit, please. A small memento to Mr. Murugappan, Ms. M. Murugappan. Thank you very much, sir. Let's give him a very big hand. To Dr. Sanjay Baru, a great inspiration, sir. Grateful thanks to Nakayama Yukihide. This is the first time that he's been participating after 2 years or so. Thank you so much. A memento to Mr. N. Ravi. Thank you so much for being present amidst your busy schedule today, Mr. Ravi. Ready up. Can we have a group shot? One group shot before we adjourn. Please, can I request all the speakers to kindly assemble here? Sridhar-san, those are Dr. Rao, please. Dr. Uma, please come. I don't want to miss out any of our distinguished speakers. We are missing Mr. Narayan and Dr. Toru Ito. I hope everyone is
so that some of us can stand.